All right. We made it. And I don't know what's going on yet in the draft. I'm going to pull it up here in just a second. Hope everyone's doing all right, man. What a crazy night last night. Awesome time in Detroit. Absolutely awesome time. Give me just a few moments here. I just authenticated. What's going on here? Come on. Come on now. Here we go. All right. I don't think we're going to be able to have any volume. You guys can't hear it, right? You guys can't. I'll be back. Actually, Decker, I'll be back because of this Billy Sims interview. I've got to go back tomorrow. So I've got to go back and get ready for him. I got to test all the equipment and get everything all set up and ready to rock and roll. Oh, can't do that. Can't listen to that. You guys can hear everything, right? But you can't hear any volume from the draft picks, right? From NFL.com. Just want to make sure you guys can't hear any of that, because that's the last thing I want is problems with the old copyright stuff, you know? Give me just a couple seconds to get my bearings straight, and then we'll get right into this. Talk a little bit about last night, too, and kind of what we see happening. I threw together such a terrible thumbnail to get this rolling today. So right up front, without me putting a poll in, what do you guys think on a scale of 1 to 10? The Detroit Lions had Terrion Arnold last night, moving up with, of all teams, Dallas. I mean, didn't I say during the podcast on Wednesday that, I thought that the 24 would be a great spot, but there's no way in hell that the Lions were going to trade with Dallas? I figured there'd be no way that would happen. So it happened. And what do you guys think about it? 1 to 10. What do you think about the pick versus the trade capital? But the pick, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. There's things we've been talking about for a while here is two, right? Two real things. How do you address the defense so that you don't have the same problem we did last year, which was giving up a ton of yards in the passing game, right? You fix it through the defensive line, or you fix the back end of the defense. From the very beginning of offseason, I had said that a couple of things that were going to happen have pretty much happened. One, that Brad Holmes was only going to go after second-tier guys in free agency. There wasn't going to be any big splashes. That happened. He was going to address the cornerback, the DB room first. That happened. And then he added DJ Reader and Davenport and the others. And then in the draft, all along, I've been saying corner. And that's what I expected was corner. But the way my mock was working for me or against me, I mean, it really worked against me because it was terrible. I think a lot of people's blew up right away because of the quarterbacks. 6 quarterbacks in the top 12. That just doesn't happen, especially with that caliber of a quarterback. Quarterback needy teams, man, they didn't have a choice. So they went for it. But anyway, I guess what I'm saying is, you push all of those defensive players down, and that's what happens. He got the pick of the litter. Terrion Arnold landed in his lap. There was no way that Terrion Arnold was supposed to be available at 24. No way. But it happened, and Brad Holmes got him. So I think it was a smart move because he was going to end up going with probably his second best choice, being, as far as probably not his top tier guy, given the fact that, picking at 29, if he wanted an edge rusher, it would have been Jared Verse. I don't think it would have been Latu. I think it would have been Jared Verse, but there's, again, shouldn't have been no way that he was available. Obviously, he wasn't. The Rams took him. So at 29, he would have taken an edge rusher that maybe he, would have been reaching for, like a Darius Robinson or a Chop Robinson. So I think it proved to us last night that he valued Terrion Arnold a lot more than Darius Robinson, Marshawn Nealon, Chop Robinson, and the like. So I think it'll be interesting tonight to see what happens, because we've got a big gap between now and our next pick at 61, and then an extremely big gap between 61 and what are we at, 164, I think. So Brad Holmes is going to have to do something to make up that gap, make up the difference. And we got a light crew in tonight. And last year I had 1,000 people in the draft show, and I had 82 subscribers. And tonight we've got 19 people in. That's craziness. Probably because I haven't really been doing much with it, but it is what it is. So a little quick update here on jerseys. I've been arguing with fanatics in NFL.com. It will be straightened out here in just a moment. Chase Bank thought I was buying cryptocurrency. How? Don't know why. So it got declined twice. Had no idea that it even happened until I got an email from, I think it was Jack. And then I looked at my emails, like they went a long time ago. What's he talking about? They should have been sent hours ago. And then I've been dealing with it the whole way home. And it'll be fixed here in just a moment. So it should be tonight before I get off this show. Cryptocurrency, NFL.com. Oh, it's hilarious. All right, so Lions got picked 61 and then 164. That's a big gap, too big of a gap. All right, looks like the pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. Or is it already over? They did something weird last night. When we were at Ford Field, it seemed like there was way too many delays. I mean, you're supposed to get, X amount of minutes to make the pick, and then it would get down, and then all of a sudden a commercial break or something, and it would like drag it way out. And then you come back and you'd already see, picks were posted on, other sites before it's even announced on the TV. So right now it's still not saying or showing. Is it wide receiver Keon Coleman? Is that who they took? Keon Coleman? Looks like it. God's a scrapper. So one of my other, obviously there's no prep for this show, but one of my other topics that I was thinking about on the way home was, Alabama and Brad Holmes. He clearly values Southern schools for whatever reason. But I think the biggest reason is Nick Saban is a defensive back-minded guy. I mean, that's just what Nick Saban is known for. You are not going to get on the field unless you are a physical corner and you do a lot of things right. Man, look at that downtown Detroit, packed out again and shut down again before the draft kicks off. Absolutely incredible. All right, we've got a trade here with the Los Angeles Chargers. I wonder if there's a way that I can bring in the volume here into my headphones without you guys hearing it. Let me try that. Actually, I don't think that's possible. think I'd have to run an input. Yeah, I don't think that's possible. All right, so Arizona Cardinals, here we go. Arizona Cardinals are going to be moving up. Let me get my sheet open here. So Arizona, I don't have all the full analysis open yet either. So the Cardinals, if they were at, so they were at 35, moving up to 34. I mean, some of these trades just do not make sense to me. I mean, they want somebody. Apparently, they think that the Chargers are going to take that kind of stuff. Just bugs me. Like, why would the Chargers want to trade then? Unless they're totally getting a crazy haul. So Marvin Harrison is what they chose at 4. And then they followed that up with Darius Robinson at 27. So wide receiver I had on the list, defensive tackle I had on the list, or defensive line overall. So right now you could see a cornerback probably flying off the board. Did I just have that totally backwards? I need the sound. I can't do this without sound. So did the Chargers trade up? So I have Arizona at 35. Why did I just see trade on the screen when the Chargers were up and it said trade? What do you mean I'm 3 to 5 minutes behind live? I mean, you being live. So, Eric, just make sure you're not giving up too much information ahead of time. So the Chargers were at pick 37. So they moved up to 34. Which would have been the Patriots pick, right? And now Arizona's on the clock. I got to get sound in. I have to. I'm not going to monetize this anyway. Matter of fact, I'll probably not only not monetize it, it'll probably have to come down, honestly. But being a live stream, they might cut it. They might cut it off, so I can't do that. Yeah, they traded with New England. See, I need sound. Because just reading the screen, it's not conducive to what I do here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get another pair of headphones. I'll be right back. And now we have another trade. Is that what we're seeing here? Adam, do I think that we'll trade up or find a way to get into the third round? I'm hoping so. I'm really hoping so. I almost think you have to. Look, for the Lions at 61 right now, what are our options? A guard, probably. You could probably get a really good guard at 61. Maybe Rook Aurora would be there. The later round cornerbacks. I mean, there's the second wave of cornerbacks will probably start maybe late 60s, early 70s. There would be a wide receiver there. There'd be a linebacker there. I mean, there's options. And if you're looking for some, really good options, I guess you have to look at, what are the most important things for the Lions right now? And I would say you've got to keep that offensive line ahead of the curve, right? You don't want to get behind in the offensive line. And the fact that you only have, Zeitler on a 1-year deal, I think that it makes sense to get his replacement in the door. And that way he's got a year under his belt where, again, I always use this term, not putting his feet to fire, and give him some time to get, up to speed here. And then from there, he'll be ready to go next year if Zeitler's not able to go another year or decides not to go another year. All right, I'm going to get some sound in my ears here. These are all the little things I need to figure out too. Things that I just haven't done before. All right, so the pick is in for the Falcons. I'm not sure right now. If I were to look at the Falcons, so wide receiver they got defensive line. Right now it would be left tackle, left guard, center. And you're right. If Jackson Powers Johnson is still there, that would be a perfect fit right now. Perfect fit. But isn't Kool-Aid still on the board too? If Kool-Aid is still on the board, which I'm pretty sure he is, that could be a great fit for Atlanta. They really need a DB. No, did they just take Rook Aurora? No way. I told you guys, Rook is a badass. The dude is a badass. I love that pick. Love it. Did not see that coming at all. I tell you what, and these NFL GMs have stepped up their game this year. They're not a window pane this year, man. They're a bit foggy. Wow. What a crazy pick. Adam, so go watch my video, man. Go watch the video I did on Rook, and I think that will tell you everything that you need to know about this kid. He's incredible. In this early in the draft, they had him a lot higher than I did. I thought that he would creep up. I'm wondering what I said in my video now, if I said that he would creep up into the second round or not. Probably did. That's a great pick. Wow. And like I said, what did I say about Jerzon Newton? This whole time I said I was never high on Jerzon. I did not like his play at all. I thought he was slow. Thought he was slow to the punch. He didn't get off double teams or even singles very well. He had some nasty plays here or there, but I was not impressed by Jerzon Newton. And we don't know the rest of his play or the rest of his rap sheet. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know his mental, his medical, anything that could possibly be there with a past, criminal past. I don't know any of that stuff. So who are my top edges remaining? I'll have to look here. I have zero prep done for this. So I literally walked in the door and sat down. So I would say that someone's going to take Newton at some point. I think that Vincent, if you did email me, I'm sure I got it. I've had a wild, 48 hours in Detroit trying to get through everything and battling with, I guess, cryptocurrency. I didn't know NFLshop.com offered cryptocurrency. Okay, so let me get this open. We got Cooper DeJean still on the board. Adonai Mitchell, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Jackson Powers Johnson, Troy Franklin, linebacker Peyton Wilson, Tyler Nubin, Zach Frazier. Oh, hold on here. I got one question. I'm not gonna just, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but we expected JJ McCarthy, right, to be the lone Michigan guy to potentially go off the board yesterday. 18 guys in the draft. This is why I speak highly of separating Saturdays from Sundays. I don't just say all of my college guys should be, first round. That's the difference between taking the time to really dig into this, dig into the tape, watch these guys, learn about them, and being a fan on Saturdays. This is why I do this, because I try to give people the truth, right? The honesty, the transparent vision surrounding, their players and our team. So I just wanted to throw that out there that it didn't happen, right? You didn't have all these Michigan guys fly off the board. And that's because they didn't deserve to be there. And it's just one thing. Again, I'm not trying to rub it in or anything like that. There's a lot of Michigan fans that, are part of my channel, and I appreciate each and every one of them. But just try to separate Saturday from Sunday, and it's extremely hard to do. It's extremely hard to do. Someone mentioned this a while ago on this channel to me. They said, I see through the trees. That's part of seeing through the trees, right? I'm seeing past my college teams so that we can really address it from NFL versus NCAA. But I do believe we're going to have a rash of U of M players flying off the board here today. I think that there's going to be a ton. Roman Wilson at pick 61, dude, I wouldn't be mad. The only thing I would be mad about is Roman's height. That's the only thing I would be mad about. I just don't like his height. Other than that, the dude's a dog. He's a straight up dog. I love his attitude too. I don't understand what is going on with NFL.com. So, NFL.com, NFL Network, both apps fail, don't work on my phone. Same thing just happened upstairs on the TV with Disney related stuff. Any of you guys having issues or watching the using the app at all? I'm just trying to put some sound in my ears. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, this is what I got on my phone. That's what it says. There's nothing on it. And this is on the website. Unreal. All right, Commanders selection is, who do they take? Renardo Green? What is going on here? Why is Roger Goodell dressing people on stage? Try this again. Yeah, it's literally showing me nothing. There is no NFL live. I'm watching it right now, NFL.com. And on my phone, it is not working. It is not giving me anything to watch. And Eric, I literally just now got your text. Oh, here we go. Here we were just talking about Jerzon Newton. Yeah, NFL Network is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Like, this has just been awful for coverage. All of the breaks, the pauses. All right, Jerzon Newton heads to Washington Commanders. Let's take a look at my list here. Let's see if I was even close if they were going to be taking somebody this early. Defensive side of the ball, I had. Where was it? So I had them going corner and safety fairly early. With Jerzon Newton slipping this far, it's an excellent pick. Man, I'm just having all sorts of issues. Unbelievable. ESPN is wanting me to now log out and log in. And when I log out and then log in, it says, please sign out of this app and then sign in again. I just did that. And it's only forcing me to use an app. I just can't watch it. All right. So New England is up next. As far as New England goes, they got their quarterback. Probably going to want to match him up with a receiver. Jalen Polk. That's the pick. At least that's who they got on the screen. Nope, that's a selection. Jalen Polk. So I had wide receiver as the first offensive position to be taken since I had them trading for a quarterback. Since they got their quarterback, it makes perfect sense. Had Jerzon Newton not been taken the pick before them, that could have been another option for them. If I go back and read some of this stuff, I said the Patriots offense is the Achilles heel of this roster. Jacoby Brissett is not the answer long term. However, the Patriots may be more inclined to address other options. or other positions of need by trading back, as they don't possess any extra picks, and focusing on rebuilding the roster out with more draft capital. Wide receiver room is not bad. It's horrendous, with a fairly deep combination of veterans, including KJ Osborne, who may be the best in the bunch. But right now, this team is lacking the true number one star for a wide receiver. That's what I was expecting for the New England Patriots. New England Patriots take Jalen Polk at pick 38 in the second round. Yeah, Eric, when you text me, they're coming in like super late. How early do I think consider trading up? Look, I think the mid 40s. I've been saying it all off season. The mid 40s, somewhere between 35 and 48 is the meat of this draft, in my opinion. Now, with what happened yesterday, if we go back and look at what happened yesterday with everything getting pushed down, you might be able to sneak now into the early 50s and grab some solid players. So all those quarterbacks going off the board yesterday, and then what happened with defensive players sliding down, that really threw everything for a loop in this draft. So I would expect, if you still want to get a game changer, a day one starter that maybe doesn't need to start day one, it's got to be in the mid 40s, somewhere in the 40s. And 50s would cost us a heck of a lot less. You're right. Yeah, Eric, I'm having all sorts of issues, man. I've had to sign out of every app. And even when I do that, it still wants me to do it again. I think I'm getting somewhere now. Oh my goodness. All right, we got a commercial break. So what do you guys think here? If the Lions cannot, yeah, the NFL apps have been crashing like crazy. If the Lions cannot move up, what do you guys feel is the best opportunity for the Lions right now? At pick 61, who do you think is the best option for us? We've gone with defense first, which makes perfect sense. So at this point, are you going to stick with defense on your second pick and address another need, potentially another corner? I mean, you got Kool-Aid McKinstry slipping right now. What's stopping the Lions from going up and now grabbing another corner, a third Alabama corner to add to this roster? You would have Kool-Aid, Terrion, and Brian Branch all on the same roster. They all know each other well. They play together well. You talk about continuity, that would completely change, I think, the dynamic for the DB room for a very long time. It would just be very hard to keep all of them together for a very long time. So enjoy the 4 or 5 seasons you have with them, because it's not going to last much longer. You won't be able to pay and keep all of them. There's no way. Not in that second contract. Of course, that assuming that they, turn out to be pretty darn good players. So here's one thing that I wanted to talk about the trade yesterday. Let me try to log in one more time. And then we'll do it here. All right, Titans are up. Titan selection is up next. So here's what I don't like either. Today you have all of these, past players and legends and Hall of Famers coming up to make the picks. Why didn't they do that in the first round? We saw Roger Goodell all day yesterday. Did I just Travandé Sweat? Wow. Well, his draft stock didn't slip. If anything, he's been moved way up. He was a third round projection. He is now off the board at pick 38 to the Tennessee Titans. Tennessee is going to pull a masterclass out of this draft yet. Let's take a look at what I had for the Titans. So Titans on defense, I said the Titans just added L'Jarius Sneed and Chibote Awuzie. For that reason, I didn't see them taking a corner here, but this was in the first round. The Titans have multiple defensive linemen up for contracts in 2025, including 3 starters, Sebastian Coburn and McClendon. With only 4 defensive linemen and 2 DNs on the roster currently, I could see some future trench building after round 1 to secure the position for the future. My first pick of need for the Titans was defensive tackle, and that's what they addressed here in the second round at pick 38. So, hey, not so bad on the research, right? The research is solid. It's just the picks. The picks were hard to nail down in the first round. Jacer says Tennessee was 31st in dropback sacks last year. That's not good. News Drifter says, I think the Lions trade back to like 76 and get an extra pick back around 125. I don't know if I would be happy with that. Picking at, 61 and 76 or 73 and 76. I like the idea, though. I like the idea. But I don't think I'd be happy about it. I think we need to move up. All right, we got sound now. Let's get one of these bad boys in. All right, LA Rams are on the clock. We got a trade between the Rams and the Panthers. Panthers traded out. Rams moved up to 39. Ooh, Braden Fisk goes to the Rams. They doubled down on defensive linemen, and they grabbed both FSU guys. You speak of continuity that I was just saying a few moments ago. That's the way to do it. Rams aren't playing around. They want a defensive line, and they're gonna plug as many guys in from this draft as they can to make sure that one of them at least turns out to be pretty solid this year. And I think you add both of these guys together that, again, playing together for, the one season they had together at FSU. They got 2 nasty guys on this team, and they're going to make it very difficult for any opponent in 2024 moving forward to do anything in the run. It's going to be a very interesting game this fall when the Rams come back to Detroit. It's going to be much different than we saw this last year in the playoffs. Now, Braden Fisk, he reminds me more of a Aaron Donald style. He's shorter, he's compact, he's quick. He's got great power. Yeah, Adam, if they went for a third DT, man, I would be worried. I don't think that'll happen. They still got Kobe Turner. Oh, Eagles have traded. So that would be a trade with the New England Patriots, right? No. All right, let me get back to this here. So we got Chicago to Washington to Philly. So that was Washington's pick, right? Oh yeah. Anytime that there's a trend, when you talk about once one defensive lineman, comes off the board, other teams start to look at it like, oh God, we wanted that guy and now they're starting to go. That's when a lot of these trades start to happen or they get taken because it's like once you break the seal, so to speak, that's the same thing that happens here with players during the draft. Once you break that seal on that positional group, it seems to just unwind a little bit where plenty of more guys are going to come off the board kind of back to back, if you will, or every few picks, but they'll be closer connected, in that round. Yeah, I don't know if Brad really wants a DT. I don't think he does. I think he's set with who we have. We've got DJ Reader and Ali McNeil, Broderick Martin. We don't know what we have yet. Um, I think our defensive line is pretty solid. They're going to be active, I feel, after the draft. So there might be a few positions open. A few guys that hit the waiver wires or whatever. Um, I always call it the waiver wire, but they'll be free agents potentially. After the draft, depends on what happens in the draft. Will kind of shake out the rest of the roster and how full your roster is. But definitely after training camp. After training camp, there's a lot of players that become available. And that's where Brad Holmes goes in and tries to strike some deals with guys, 1-year deals. And there might be a couple of tackles available at that point that he could bring in and see if it makes this roster better. Yeah, Bucky, I'm all in on the Kool-Aid train. Look, 3 Alabama guys in the back defense would be insane. And they're mixed in with, other really good players. So, Adam, I guess to answer your question earlier, what were my opinions on the DTs all going right now? It's no different than what I've said before. It's once they start to go, they start to go. And look, I wasn't high on Newton. I think he's he went where he went. Rook Aurora, I'm just gonna say Rook. He got the ball rolling. And the fact that Rook jumped Newton, I'm not surprised, but at the same time, I'm very surprised. I think that Rook is going to be an all-star in this league. I think that he is the shining star that just hasn't been found yet. But the Atlanta Falcons found him, and he's going to be an excellent player in the NFL. I think he's just a little bit raw. He's going to need a little bit of time to develop. But once he does, good luck stopping him. Jer'Zhan Newton, I don't know really what it was other than the fact that I just think he was slow. He just didn't show me enough, didn't show me effort. Trevonde Sweat, I think that he has good intentions. He also doesn't show me all the effort all the time either. But I still think he's a tremendous athlete, for his size. And to take a chance on somebody like that is worth it. All right, we got the Eagles up. Wow, even what I'm watching on my phone is all glitched out. Give me 1 second here. All right. So it looks like the Eagles took Cooper DeJean. Phenomenal replacement there on that Eagles defense. Somebody that is going to definitely disrupt. He's got CJ Gardner-Johnson now to learn from. The Eagles really needed an upgrade back there. And CJ Gardner-Johnson, look, how much time does he have left to prove that he still has it? I don't think it's going to be a long leash. I think that they're going to give him a little bit amount of time. I know they signed him for a few years, but that really doesn't mean anything in the NFL. I think that, contracts, they're worth about the ink that they're written with and the paper that, that's dried on. Cooper DeJean is someone that I feel is going to project more as a safety in the NFL, not so much a corner, but I wouldn't be surprised if you see him up in the nickel, up in the slot and doing his thing. But I think that he can play, a safety role. And it's his versatility that the Eagles are going to be able to utilize the most here. It's a great pickup. They definitely needed some help in that back room. Curious what I had for the Eagles here. Let's take a look at my sheet. So Eagles defensively, I felt on the defensive side of the ball, the Eagles added Bryce Huff, Devin White, CJ Gardner-Johnson, Julian Okwara in free agency. Last year, adding defensive tackle Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Eli Ricks, Keely Ringo, Sidney Brown. Really amplified the defense and the depth chart. Nose tackle Jordan Davis has been really, really good, not great, so far in his career. And along with the left inside linebacker, Nakobe Dean. Overall, I felt like the defense was pretty solid with the exception of the DB room. Darius Slay is entering his 12th season. He has not posted elite grades since 2021. James Bradbury had a terrible season in 2023. With those grades averaging in the low 50s, I felt like the cornerback room definitely needed a spark and an upgrade in 2024. To replace Darius, Slay's eventual departure. And that's exactly what the Eagles did right there. Rams are on the clock and the Saints are on the clock and they're making their selection. Ooh, and there goes Kool-Aid McKinstry. Kool-Aid is off the board. There is now going to be a run on corners again. That's a great pickup for the Saints. Kool-Aid's solid, man. Instinctual. It's very reactive. Very aggressive at the point of attack, in my opinion. I loved his tape. I know a lot of people said that he was a little handsy at times. Look, Terrion Arnold's really handsy too. And I said this to my father at breakfast this morning. I said, look, there's a difference between Terrion Arnold and some of the other guys. When you're running downfield, I feel like Terrion Arnold is more of like a hands checker, if you will. He's kind of checking his space and where these guys are around him. That's much different when you're yanking on a jersey or, pulling someone on the hip or grabbing them on a shoulder or pulling a wrist back or something like that. That's where you're going to get the flags. But just kind of checking your space, you might be putting your hands on them, but that's not going to draw a flag unless you're impeding, their momentum going forward. They got 5 yards to get aggressive. That's where you want to pop and get aggressive. Anything beyond that, there's nothing wrong with being a little bit of, a feeler, if you will. And I hate to use this analogy, but it's almost like when a blind man is kind of feeling around. That's kind of what corners, defensive backs, that's what they're doing. They're utilizing their hands as their other eyes. They're trying to keep their eyes backwards, facing the quarterback. They're also trying to utilize that lateral space awareness around them and utilizing their hands to kind of figure out the rest. So I think that if you go back and look at his tape, you'll see far less aggressiveness that I feel is going to draw a flag and more intuition in utilizing every opportunity that Terry and Arnold has to be a great corner at the next level. And some of that stuff is technique too. He'll get it corrected. There's not saying he was not too handsy on every play. There's definitely some plays that he was over aggressive. Kamari Lassiter just went off the board to the Texans. Oh, I'm sure Kool-Aid's a little pissed. He just lost $10 million probably, maybe more over the life of the contract. Bucky asked, do we think that Nealand will be better than Davenport? Well, let's put it this way. If Nealand ends up being a Detroit Lion, I think he could be. Joining the best defensive line coach in the league and the way that Aaron Glenn and the rest of this team likes to coach up and develop their players, any player that becomes a Detroit Lion is going to elevate their game. So if Marshawn Nealand becomes a Detroit Lion tonight, I'll be ecstatic. Question is, where's he going to end up? Does Arizona need corners? Absolutely. I think that I went over that a little bit earlier. I'll go back and read again. I'm going to rely upon what I've already written versus kind of what's on the board right now. But defensively, I had mentioned that because the DB room, here's exactly what I said. And then there is the DB room where the Cardinals are very average at best. They have Starling Thomas as a starter currently on the depth chart. Overall, the DB room is doable for this season, but I still view it as a need. And with as many picks as the Cardinals have, they will address this area a ton in this draft. So I'm expecting for them to do it. Looks like they're on the board right now. They're up next. Let's see, who do we have available right now? All right. So on the board for cornerbacks, you have Enos Rakestraw, which I read a report that it would be wise to kind of stay away from him. TJ Tampa, Max Melton, Mike Sainristil, Cam Hart, Andrew Phillips. So there's plenty of solid corners still on the board here available. And look, my guy is Kamal Hayden and Dwight McLaughlin. I like both of those guys a lot. Yeah, Bucky, they do have Starling Thomas. He's listed as a starter right now. They definitely need a corner. Starling is not a starter. He got a lot of work in last year, though. And Adam, I agree with you, man. This board is falling perfectly into Brad Holmes' hands. Perfectly. So Fields has offensive tackle, cornerback as the number one overall options for the Cardinals at this point, with Adonai Mitchell, still on the board, and Enos Rakestraw, Marshawn Nealand. There's plenty of options available. If it were me, if I was the Cardinals right now, let's see, they've already taken. They've got Marvin Harrison, so they've taken care of their wide receiver room. And they have Darius Robinson, so they took care of their edge. I think it's lining up perfect right now to take a corner. I really do. I do like Max Melton, Brian. I really do. Lions fan 7-6. I do. I think that Brad's going to get busy. I think that this draft is really starting to shape up to give him more and more options. It's just finding a trade partner. I think that all of these GMs are on high alert when Brad Holmes comes calling. They know he's up to something. Looks like they just started saying something about trends too. That's funny. See, I'm not as dumb as I look, guys. I know I had a terrible mock this year, but so looking at available corners here, I think Max Melton makes the most sense, but we'll see. Pick is in. They're up to the podium now. I don't even know who Leonard Davis is. Oh, I called it. Max Melton off the board. Wow. I got one, guys. I got one. Put the feather in the cap for the rest of the night. I got my one. I just got to get into my groove, man. I was in a groove last year. I just got to get comfortable, man. I rushed all the way home, just not in the right mindset. When I was down in the draft theater area, my phone died, and I parked in a place that I don't normally park. And so I thought I was going the right way, going the wrong way. And of course, you can't get through from one side to the other. You have to go all the way around. Or if you're inside the park, there's only like 3 entries and exits. None of them put me where I needed to be. I put probably 12 miles on my feet just trying to figure out where my vehicle was. So long day. I'm old, so 12 miles feels like 100. Buy my lotto ticket. There you go. All right, so Raiders are up. I need to get this set up better. I need to see who's available. Ooh, Jackson Powers Johnson goes off the board. Well, that one hurts. I really liked him. All right, we're getting there. Now I'm getting things set up. All right, so up next, at least for right now, Green Bay Packers pick is in. And for the Packers, let's see who they've already taken. They've taken Jordan Morgan in the first round. This is their first pick in the second round. And as far as what I thought they needed after offensive tackle, if they went to the defensive side of the ball, I felt that cornerback or safety would have made the most sense. What are you guys thinking? Linebacker? So I had linebacker third on my list. And the fact that there hasn't been any linebackers called right now, that's a good shot. I like that call. But I'm going to stick with a corner, I think. Or a safety here. I just don't know who. There goes your linebacker. Good call. Good call on the linebacker. Edgerrin Cooper, best linebacker in the draft. This division is going to be tough, guys. I hate to say it. This is going to be a tough division. The Bears got insanely good. So where I was going to talk about earlier with Terry and Arnold. Look, I think that was Brad Holmes making a decision on, okay, they just added Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. I need to have someone on this team that can help, with the passing situations. We may not have known if he was going to take edge first. He could have wanted to take an edge first. But the fact that the Bears doubled down and did what they did, to me, it made more sense that Brad Holmes took a corner that can now grow with Rome Odunze, for the Bears, and be ready, to handle that job moving forward. But when it comes to the actual draft, draft capital that the Lions gave up, giving up that third round pick with that first round pick, Terry and Arnold needs to be a Pro Bowler at some point soon. That's a lot of draft capital to invest in a corner, especially only moving 5 spots. So he's going to have to turn out to be a Pro Bowler, in my opinion. And they must feel highly about him, really high. All right, Panthers are on the board. Pick is in. And you know what's nuts? Because the Panthers didn't have a first round pick, I did not do a full study on them. So I know nothing about them. Wayne Rogers, what's happening? I seen J Mommy in the house. How's it going? J Rod's there. Ooh, they take the first and best running back off the board. Wow. Insane. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. All right. Getting a little chilly, so shoot, where's my wallet? All right, while we're on commercial break here, I'm going to take care of, make sure that these gift cards go out real quick. If you guys are just joining, I've had nothing but issues. Seems like it's been a common theme today. What? All right, Jack DeWeird. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hendrickson's not, he's not coming to Detroit, man. That's way too much money. No way. I think the Brad's proved to us he's not bringing in any high price free agents. And we just handed out hundreds of millions of dollars in guaranteed money to Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell, and we still have Jared Goff and others to do. There's no way. There's no way that they're going to be able to make anything like that happen. I'm sure there's some channels out there say it's going to happen or whatever, but it's not. Edward, nothing yet. Nothing in yet. Tracy, what's happening? Yeah, he's definitely fiscally responsible. They've done an excellent job. Excellent job at not only managing the cap, but I mean, even the contracts that just went out, written pretty well. I didn't think that we were going to have information that quickly. And it literally came out like the next day or that night, maybe. All right. So Giants are on the board. Pick is in. As far as the Giants, they got JJ McCarthy. They still need a cornerback and a DT. Safety. There we go. Good pick. Tyler Nubin goes to the New York Giants. Good call, News Drifter. Good call. Yeah, I don't think I don't think Houston's going anywhere. I mean, I think that there could have been some player trades. Depending on what happens with us getting an edge rusher or an outside linebacker, I wouldn't see the value for Houston. Uh, he's not worth anything. I mean, I think there's some teams that could be interested for a 7th round, 6th round, maybe at most. He had 8 sacks in one season. We've seen plenty of guys that have had big sack seasons. They've literally gotten no trade value for him. He hasn't done enough, and he's coming off a big injury. So I think that would leave you with your answer that hardly any teams are going to be looking for, that type of player and a high price at the same time. I think a lot of teams would love to have James Houston on their roster, especially knowing the type of talent that he is and what he can bring. The biggest thing is he hasn't done anything yet, and that's the same thing with Jameson Williams. The package and trade with Jameson Williams, it was discussed a little bit. He hasn't done enough yet. I think that he's shown some pretty electric plays, but I just don't think that he's worth enough to command what Brad Holmes would probably want for him. You gave up a first to get him. You're going to want a first back. Mason Smith. Man. So don't know enough about Mason Smith, but the fact that the Jags are doubling up on defense here. Let me see what I had written on the Jags. So Jaguars defense, I said the Jags defense has one of the best defensive ends, defensive tackles, linebackers, and safeties in the league. Brian Burns, Eric Armstead, Devin Lloyd, and Andrew Wingard, starting with the corners. The addition of Antonio Johnson in 2023 was a smart play. One of the better cornerbacks I have had on my board, even as a fit to the Lions. Already grading out in the mid-70s with limited play time. Should get an expanded role in 2024. Ronald Darby and Tyson Campbell are both great in the run defense, but marginal in coverage. I said Campbell is in the last season under contract. Cornerback is a liability that should be addressed early for the Jags with 3 of the best safeties in the league. Andrew Wingard, Darnell Savage, and Andrew Sisko. I don't see an immediate need at safety. Jags definitely need a linebacker in this draft. With only 2 that are ranked and a third barely scratching the surface, the Jags are thin. Defensive line needs another stud to balance out this team and another defensive end to help Burns. The Jags may give Gibson more snaps, as he did grade out elite status in his limited time last season. But like I said, I thought the defensive tackle was going to be a major need for the Jags. All right, we've got 4 gift cards going out right now. Let's make sure it doesn't fail for the 3rd time. It shouldn't. Elizabeth LaValle, Jack DeWeird, Jared Semmelbauer, and Doug Pilarski. Cincinnati Bengals are about to make their pick. Chris Jenkins, University of Michigan, defensive tackle, goes to the Bengals. It was obviously that, very obvious that they were going to be looking at upgrading at that position after losing DJ Reader. Let's take a look, see what I had to say about the Bengals the other night. So as far as the Bengals defense goes, said it's no secret that the Bengals lost their biggest playmaker on the interior of the defensive line, DJ Reader. BJ Hill and free agent addition Sheldon Rankins are solid veterans on the inside. Adding interior and exterior help should be high on the list. The defense ranked last in the league in both yards per play allowed at 6 and yards per pass attempt allowed at 8.1 last season. The Bengals also lost one of their best corners, Awuzie, to the Titans. DJ Ivey and Mike Hilton, last year's draftee at safety, Jordan Battle and Geno Stone will lead the D-backs this season. Von Bell and Cam Taylor-Britt are better than average. The Bengals may still want to add to this room for youth and length. DJ Ivey is prototypical size, but Hilton projects more as a slot corner than a cornerback. Hilton and Von Bell are in final contract seasons. The linebacker room is probably the weakest of the groups on this defense. Overall, with a very limited draft class, the Bengals are one team I expect to spring for a running back earlier than most, but obviously addressing the defensive line as a priority. There you go. Mike Sainristil still. What I say, you're going to have a rash of U of M product coming off the board in the second round. And now Mike Sainristil heads to the Washington Commanders. I just had another issue with Fanatics. This is absolutely insane. I'm just going to have to address it tomorrow. I can't do anything about it right now. I don't understand what's going on here. It doesn't make any sense. I don't even know if I can get them on the phone. Give me 1 second, guys. Well, they're closed. I'll have to handle it tomorrow. So for all of you that are still expecting gift cards, I don't know what's going on. This is like the third or fourth attempt now that they keep canceling the order as soon as I place it. Unbelievable. All right, we got the Steelers on the board. The pick is in already. Let's see what I had for the Steelers here. Yeah, order U of M dad. I don't know what's going on, man. It's every order I've placed today. It says that it's been canceled. There's been an issue. They thought it was fraud. And then I got that cleared up. And then I called a bank and they thought I was trying to order cryptocurrency from NFL.com. So since Fanatics didn't work, I went to NFL. It's just been a mess. And I even called and got a hold of somebody earlier today at Fanatics and they said that they fixed it. And then as soon as I placed it, that's when I had the order, bounce back from Chase, but they never sent me anything. It's just weird. I don't usually ever have issues. All right. So as far as the Steelers, let's see who they took already. Where are they? Why are they not listed? What in the world? Detroit, Arizona, Atlanta, Baltimore, Buffalo, Carolina, Chicago, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Dallas, Denver, Green Bay, Houston, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, KC. No Pittsburgh listed. NFL.com is just on it. Zach Frazier off the board. There goes the next center. Wow. All right, we got the Colts on the clock. Pick is already in. If I could actually get going today, this would really help. This is probably the worst stream in history. So as far as the Colts, their needs are still cornerback, wide receiver, running back, offensive line, according to NFL.com. And so they took Layatu Latu in the first round. So if they've already addressed some of their defense, are they going to go after a wide receiver now? Does that make sense? This middle part of the second round? It could. I think there's a lot of great options available right now. And then you have safety. I mean, they really needed a safety. I just don't see a safety. If you're looking at who's available right now, I don't know that a safety is it, but you got Javon Bullard, Cole Bishop, Jaden Hicks, Kalen Bullock. You might be able to get those guys a little bit later. And as far as their picks and where they're projecting to pick next, you might be able to grab a safety at pick 82. I don't know if you're going to be able to grab the receiver that you want at 46 if they feel like receiver is super important. Then again, the Colts do need a tight end and a right guard. So they need a little bit of everything, including a linebacker. So you just had a run on a couple of corners, a lot of defensive linemen, one linebacker. 1, 2, 3, 3 wide receivers early in the second round. I'm going to go ahead and stick with wide receiver here for the Colts. Nice suit. Man, Vontae Davis, that was just crushing to hear. Adonai Mitchell. Wow. Called the receiver. They take a receiver. Tracy says, my shirt says the pick is in. It's great. That's the shirt I sent you, right, Tracy? Once I get the Rocked On shirts made, we got to get those up. J Rod thought it was McNeiland. Jack 2125 called it, said that it was going to be Mitchell. Nice call. All right, so who do we got up next? We've got Washington Commanders back on the clock. And so far, the Commanders have taken Jaden Daniels in the first round, Jerzon Newton early in the second, Mike Sainristil after that. Man, they were just on the board. They got a ton of picks. So they went offense, defense. I would say that they're probably going to go back to the offensive side of the ball now. So as far as the Commanders go, I thought that they could still use a tight end and a wide receiver to grow with whatever quarterback that they were going to select. Jamison Crowder, Curtis Samuel, Olamide, Zach Ertz, who will be 34 years old after 2024. They're all going to be free agents. So adding an offensive playmaker makes a lot of sense right now. They also need to find a running back early in this draft. Austin Eckler will also be a free agent in 25. And then on the offensive line, the Commanders will have a lot of holes that they just filled through free agency, as they will all be free agents next year, talking about Tyler Biatz and Allegretti. So with 7 picks in the top 139 and 6 in the top 100, I did expect the Commanders to add at least one wide receiver, one tight end, and one running back, and one quarterback, and one offensive lineman in the top 139. And so they've already added a quarterback. They have not added anything else for offense other than that. And on the defensive side of the ball, I felt that they were going to, I said, Washington is in a rebuild with the new head coach and GM. The team has a nice start with a solid defense with some heavy hitters. The addition of a new quarterback in round 1 and a ton of draft capital, the Commanders should be able to make a huge leap in 2024, start contending by 2025. I see the need for the Commanders to address the offensive line early and as often as it is the weakest of the two sides, but to also address the defensive back room with 2 selections mid-round. So maybe they double up on corners. That could make a lot of sense too. What about a kicker? Not this early. That'd be great, Jaster. We'll get you one set up. So, do they double up on corners here? I mean, it's a great spot to get some corners. There's some really good corners still left on the board. Who's available? That's the question. So as far as best available, Ernest or Enos Rakestraw is ranked the number one best available right now. Marshawn Nealon, number 2. Junior Colson, number 3. TJ Tampa, number 4. Peyton Wilson, number 5. Remember what I said about Peyton? A lot of people projected him to be a first round pick. I did not. I was afraid of his medical. I was also afraid of Latu's medical. Apparently, the team that picked him wasn't. So Javon Bullard, Cedric Gray, Cole Bishop, Blake Fisher. So at this point, there's not a whole lot of wide receivers that are projected to go right here, which is weird to me. Brendan Rice still on the board. Adisa Isaac is still on the board. So Brendan Rice and Roman Wilson are the 3rd and 4th best wide receivers listed. Devontae Walker is the 6th best wide receiver listed. Those would be my tops right now. Brendan Rice and Devontae Walker. That would be my top 1 and 2. As far as tight end, right now the first tight end off the board, it has not happened. And you got Jatavion Sanders, Cade Stover, Ben Sinnott, Taylor McClacken. Theo Johnson is way down the list at number 7, according to ESPN. So I'm going to go wide receiver here. Ben Sinnott. Tight end. We were just talking about tight ends. Ben Sinnott, first tight end off the board tonight. So they went offense. I thought they'd go offense. I just had the pick wrong. So let's see who's up next. Let's get ready for the next one here. So Cleveland Browns are on the board. Pick is already in. Man, they're moving quick. Did I not do any work on the Brownies? So this is the Browns' first pick of the draft. They haven't done anything. And I didn't do any work on them either, just like the Carolina Panthers, because they didn't have a first round pick. So let's do it live real quick. Let's see if I can get it in before they get it in. Uh-oh. I have no clue. Michael Hall, the defensive end or defensive tackle that the Lions brought in on a top 30 visit. You know, I guess if you look at their defensive line group, you have Siaka Ika, who they took last year, graded out terribly, had a terrible season. Dalvin Tomlinson, Quentin Jefferson, Shelby Harris, and Maurice Hurst. Hurst graded out the best out of all of them. Jaden Peavy didn't do anything. Chris Williams, nothing. Lonnie Phelps at edge. Isaiah Thomas at edge. Isaiah McGuire at edge. All did nothing. But they got Okbo and Zadarius Smith, probably their best edge rushers next to Myles Garrett. So adding a defensive tackle in Michael Hall, was it really needed? Maybe. They must have a lot of expiring contracts that I'm not looking at right now. All right, so up next you have the Miami Dolphins. Let me take a look at the list here. Got to try to get ahead of this. So with the Dolphins taking Chop Robinson in the first round, they took care of their defensive end. They could still use a nose tackle and a nickelback. I'm not real sure that I see a nose tackle off the board right now. Trevonde Sweat has already been taken. I do see the biggest need for the Dolphins being the offensive line and probably wide receiver number 3. As I said, you know, in the pre-draft show, the wide receiver group was probably the worst group for them, only because they don't really have a ton behind. What just happened to the stream? Hold on a sec. All right, I think we're still good. Okay, here we go. I was looking at the stream and it just disappeared. So anyway, I'm going to go with wide receiver here or offensive line, more than likely wide receiver for me. And they went with tackle. There we go. Makes sense. I went with receiver because that's a sexier pick, so they're not going to address it this early. All right, so Dallas Cowboys on the board next. So Dallas selected Tyler Guyton yesterday in the first round. Great pickup for the offensive line. I mean, just a massive dude at 6'8", 322 pounds. Picking up an extra third round pick really throws a wrench into this. So they addressed their right tackle need. As far as the offense goes, I mean, they definitely could use another wide receiver if they're going to have issues with CD Lamb. Probably not going to have issues with CD Lamb. Jerry Jones will probably get it done. Linebacker, cornerback were my two top needs for the Cowboys on the defensive side of the ball. So if they skip over wide receiver, I doubt that they take another offensive lineman here, but we do know this about Jerry Jones. He does like to address multiple offensive linemen kind of back to back to back. I think 5 years straight, he took an offensive lineman in the first round or something crazy like that. So the other big need is running back on the offensive side of the ball. So it's either wide receiver, running back on the offense, cornerback, linebacker on the defense. So if I were to take a shot here at linebacker, you've got Junior Colson, who's the best overall on the board right now as far as linebackers go. Overall rank was 44 and kind of fits the Cowboys. Junior's probably a Cowboy kind of guy, but they also need an edge. And that's where Marshawn Nealon comes into play. So this could be a very interesting pick. Who do you guys think the Cowboys are going to go with? So Cowboys, look, if they stick with the MO of addressing the offensive side of the ball, like I said on Wednesday night, man, there's not a whole lot going on in that wide receiver room. Got 2 minutes left here, 2 minutes, 24 seconds left before the pick is in. So the Cowboys, this is what I had to say. I said the Cowboys have had their issues, and now CeeDee Lamb wants an extension and a bigger contract. With the potential holdout situation, the Cowboys may be looking to upgrade their wide receiver room. Brandon Cooks can't carry the load himself, and honestly, he is good, but he's not elite. Also, a free agent in 2025, as well as the rest of the wide receiver room, not named CeeDee Lamb or Tolbert. The Cowboys do need a couple of upgraded options behind CeeDee and Cooks. The bigger need, though, is on the offensive line. They addressed offensive line early. So for me, I think wide receiver is probably going to be the pick here. Who? I have no idea. If I were to look at the best available, you've got Jalen McMillan, Troy Franklin, Brendan Rice, Roman Wilson, Javon Baker, Devontae Walker. I can't imagine that they would go any deeper than that with who's available right now. I don't know why they would pass on Brendan Rice. But then again, I'm sure that Jerry Rice had bad blood with the Cowboys. So probably wouldn't be a good fit. Probably doesn't want Jerry Rice around the building. On the defensive side of the ball, again, Micah Parsons, Demarcus Lawrence, Deron Bland, Trevon Diggs, and Eric Kendricks and Mozzie Smith make up a formidable defensive line. But there are some holes, especially at the linebacker position. Micah Parsons is the best overall with a solid addition, of Eric Kendricks from the Chargers this offseason. I do expect them to add another linebacker at some point. I thought the edge was going to be a concern, but I still think they're going to stick on the offensive side of the ball here and take a receiver. There might be more to the CeeDee Lamb issue than what we don't know. Dallas running back, a bust. Nealand or Braswell going to Detroit. Tracy, they need a running back. For they're trying to bring Zeke back. Adisa Isaac is available. Jack thinks wide receiver Franklin. True statement there, Adam. Sorry about the silence here. I'm just kind of listening to what this guy has to say. Oh, no. There goes Nealand. Oh, no. You know, I think that that's twice now that the Cowboys have kind of sniped back at us, to be honest with you. Last year, you know, they took Mozzie Smith, and I really liked Mozzie Smith. I thought that he was going to be a great addition to that defensive line, and the Cowboys went up and got him. Didn't have a great rookie season, but he's going to be just fine. But Marshawn Nealon, man, that's a steal right here for the Cowboys, and that's going to be a pretty darn good defensive line. Well, who do we got left for edge rushers, guys? Let's take a look. If we're thinking we're going to pick up an edge at our next pick, Chris Braswell. You know what? You know what I haven't looked at in a while? Remember my scoring system that I put together? I wonder where these guys are. Coming out. So on the defensive side of the ball here, defensive edge specifically, I had Dallas Turner as the number 1 overall rated defensive end with 36 points. And the next guy after that, where's Marshawn Nealand at? I had Marshawn Nealand with 27 points because of his, let's see, where did he fail? He failed with his split. His broad was only 9'11" only, right? Still pretty darn good. Hand size is a little bit small. I don't agree with this ranking by my sheet here, but unless I added it up wrong, which it doesn't look like I did. I had him as the 6th overall best edge rusher in this draft. I had Darius Robinson at number 3. And where is... I had Jared Verse tied at number 5. Latu way down the board. Latu only had one elite trait, and that was his height. Chris Braswell, he's like 10th overall based on his numbers. Only elite traits that he had were his wingspan. He's got really long arms, and his split was really good. His broad was actually pretty bad. And this was weighted against, excuse me, that was weighted against the top 20 in the NFL. So it's not like it's an easy, you know, I'm weighting these guys against, are you going to be Pro Bowlers, you know, to be in the first round? That's how I rated them. Are they worthy of a first round? Obviously, we know the answer so far about Dallas Turner and Darius Robinson. They were worthy. So give me about 2 more years. That whole system will be completed, right? It's going to take a minute. and it's going to have to get tested out because I got to see these guys actually work. So, all right, we got the Bucks on the clock. Let me get through the Bucks here and talk about what I had written about them. I don't know why I can't find on ESPN here their previous picks. It's like when it says that they're on the clock, their previous picks go away. It doesn't make any sense. Unbelievable. So hard to find information. So anyway, they took Graham Barton in the first round. I'll go ahead and say they take defense. They take a corner. And there goes the defensive end, Chris Braswell. I had defensive end as their second overall need on the defense. All right, Green Bay, man. Lions only 4 picks away. What are the Lions going to do? Are they going to stick where they are? They going to move around? They didn't move up. Pretty disappointed that they didn't move up. But with not having that extra third round pick, we've given up both of our third round picks. They could end up with Adisa Isaac. All right, defensive back goes off the board to Green Bay. That leaves the Lions still in the hunt for a player that, quite honestly, the Lions do like. So let's take a look at the Lions top 30 since this is going to be coming quickly here. So when we look at edge rushers that the Lions brought in, you have, this is last year's. I mean, why would that even pull up? So when you take a look at the edge rushers that they brought in, they brought in Marshawn Nealand. He's gone. Nate Lynn from William and Mary. I hope they don't grab him. That is a 7th round guy all day. If they even reach and grab somebody like that, I would be very disappointed. Defensive tackle Michael Hall, he's gone. Jerzon Newton, defensive tackle, he's gone. Edge Ovi Ogufu, again, he's somebody that should not be right now. Darius Robinson, he's gone. Jalen Harrell, University of Michigan, I don't think he's gone. I think he's still available, but he's projecting to be a little bit later, I thought. Like way later. All right, so now another tackle comes off the board. It's still giving the Lions another defensive option here. So look, when I look at, again, the Lions top 30 visits, if we are going to take this into consideration for who they're going to grab, Braylon Trice was brought in. I was not high on Braylon Trice at all, but that doesn't mean that he's not going to end up being a good player. Nelson Caesar, I actually do like, but again, he's somebody that is projecting to a little bit of a later round. And if we were to look at the scoring here, the guys that scored the best that were brought in, Braylon Trice scored the worst out of all of these defensive ends. So Braylon Trice, I'm not high on, obviously. Javon Solomon, I think he was another guy that the Lions brought in. Yep, they brought Javon Solomon in, but Javon Solomon is projected to go probably in the 4th round. Lions don't have a 4th round pick right now, and they haven't made any trades that we know of to move back up. Another guy that they brought in, well, like I said, Nelson Caesar. And where did Nelson? So Nelson's only 6'2" and 3/4, so kind of small. 244 pounds, or 255, sorry. 4.740. Big hands, good wingspan, good arm length. Didn't register a broad or a split, which, obviously he would have done that for the Lions when they brought him in. But he's average at best, according to this scoring system, which is not, it's not perfect yet. Javon Solomon, I would stay as far away from as possible. He's 6 foot and 7/8 of an inch, so just under 6'1". But he does have good hands, good arms, good wing, average broad, good vertical, average split. He actually scored the same as Chris Braswell, so that should be. It should make you feel a little bit better, but his height is just terrible. He's really short, especially for being an edge rusher. I think your best edge rushers to play the game, have been north of 6'3". So, with what we're looking at right now, the Lions aren't on the clock right now, are they? They trade up? Salty, how could you be that far ahead? I'm on the Bills. Are you being serious? The Lions are on the clock? Oh, JC, we always look at the tape, man. This is compared to the tape. Tape is first. Yeah, Bills are up. I don't know why someone would say the Lions are on the clock. You're on the NFL app. So whose pick is in? Lions pick? Oh shit. Then I better hurry. Don't put it in. If you know it, don't put it in. If they were going to go edge right now, Jalix Hunt, in my opinion, is probably the number one. He was the number one overall rated guy on my board with 40 points. So don't put it in because I don't know what it is yet. My stream keeps freezing. I don't know what's going on here. God dang it. All right, looks like I'm still on. I want to share this with you to show you I'm not full of poo-poo here. So if you can actually see this, the bottom right down here, that's a 40. That's Jalix Hunt. He was the number one overall score on my board. So Adisa Isaac or Jalix Hunt, I think, would be the pick here if they went edge. Who's coming up to the podium here? And I'm still seeing the Bills on the board, so I don't know what you guys are saying. Where are you guys saying that Adisa or Tracy, you're saying that Barry is announcing the pick? Lions are on the clock now. What is, I mean, how can these sites be this far off? You know, when we were watching it, you know, inside, Tracy, are you asking or are you telling? I don't know where you guys are seeing this information from. So I'm on NFL's app. I have that running. Or I'm sorry, ESPN's app. I have that running. So don't put the pick in the messages. I do see now that the Lions are on the clock. So it's way off between the app and then what's on what's on the internet here on their browser. Picked over 5 minutes ago. This is terrible. This is pathetic coverage by the NFL. Absolutely pathetic coverage. So I'm still going to stick with it. Like I said, Jalix Hunt is my number one rated end. But Adisa Isaac makes a lot of sense too. Ennis Rakestraw, you've got to be kidding me. Back-to-back corners. The guy that was reported on that the Lions should run away from, and yet again, the Lions don't take a defensive end. This is pretty shocking. But then again, I said it all along, right? That they're going to go with who they feel is the best overall, and the worst positional group on this team is bend the corners. So great job, Detroit Lions. They are stacking one position in this draft to make sure that we don't have a problem in 2024 defending the pass. Excellent job. Great pick. Love it. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. I'm surprised, though. Very, very surprised. Salty Pork Chop said it. We are going to be surprised. Oh, I don't explode, Salty. I'm all good. I'm all good with the pick. I love the fact that the Lions are addressing a major need on this team. And the thing that we have to take into consideration here is the players that went before them. So we traded up to take Ennis Rakestraw. That's fine. They know more than what we know. The report that came out that said that the Lions should run from Ennis Rakestraw. How do we know that that wasn't pumped to make other people feel like the Lions were not going to take him? So there's a lot of smoke screens that go on during this time of the season. I felt that if they were going to go for an edge, this would have been it after they took their corner. Obviously, they didn't. But if I go back and read what I wrote about the Lions, Let me go back and read what I wrote about the Lions. The Lions led up the most explosive plays of 20 plus yards with 69, 18 more than the Vikings, and 21 more than the Bears, 13 more than the Packers. The Lions led up the fourth most passing yards, sixth most passing TDs, only had the 12th most interceptions. They gave up a passer rating of 91.5. This was largely because of the backfield and having no support up front when they needed it. The DBs were flat out terrible last season. Good in spurts, but terrible. So my analysis fits with them grabbing corners. And that's exactly what Brad Holmes did. I just can't believe we went back to back. So now we're never going to have a problem. As long as these guys work out, we should not have a problem defending the pass. The only thing that I would question is how long is it going to take both of these guys to, get up to speed? Probably U of M dad, probably. So yeah, no more picks tonight unless we jump up. I think that's the way it's going to happen. The Lions are going to have to move up. The question is, does anybody know what we gave up? What did we give up? So I'm curious. Oh, so this whole time I'm thinking that we moved up. We didn't move up. Yeah. So that's just how far off it was. I was on like pick 58 or whatever, and then all of a sudden we were on pick 61. I didn't know it was 61. I thought we traded. So yeah, they stayed put. So we didn't give anything up. So we still have some draft capital. We have plenty of draft capital. Open up some phone lines. Sure, we can do that. Give me 2 seconds, and then I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. I'll come right back, and we'll open up some phone lines. Good call. 2-minute interlude here. I'm gonna go grab something to munch on. All right. So light stream. Last year we had 1,000 people in. And I think everyone's just downtown enjoying it. Of course, we didn't do any promoting for this one either. All right, so if we're going to do phone calls, I might have to connect to Bluetooth because my phone is apparently dead again. So let me get this connected here. We'll test it out. If we have problems, and we'll let the phone charge for a couple of minutes. Okay, let me do a test call. Right. Okay, it appears to be on. So let's talk about it. Let me get into the chat here. I can't see how many people we even have on right now. All right, there's the number. It should be popping up in the chat here in just a moment. Probably 50 times in a row like it normally does. You already got a caller? All right, caller. This is Will with Rockdown Detroit Lions. Did you just hang up? Hold on. Do we have the first caller on? Is the first caller on? Hey, this is Will with Rockdown Detroit Lions. Can you hear me okay? Oh, hold on. Hold on a sec. Do me a favor and call back because you're not connected. It's going to my phone. It's not going to the computer. Here we go. All right. Now I think I got you on. Good night. This thing's not working. All right. This is Will with Rockdown Detroit Lions. Are you with me? What is going on here? I'm getting like 60 calls at once. All right. Try again. I got to turn this off on the computer. It's not working. All right. Go ahead. Now it should work. All right, we should be good to go now. I apologize. All right. Now I think I got you on. Why is it not working? All right, 1 second, because no, I don't think anybody can hear you, and that's the problem. Hold on here. We've got all this feedback too. You know, I seriously think it's this new mic that's causing all of these problems. Because I can't hear them in my headphones. All right, someone try one more time. Like, this is such a simple system. It's not supposed to be this hard. All right, this is Will with Rockdown Detroit Lions. Are you with me? See, All right, are you on the phone? All right, I got to try to fix this real quick because I don't understand what's happening with it. So I got to unplug, plug back in. I'll be right back. You got audio now? Oh, this is crazy. All right, so now you got audio, and it sounds super loud to me. So if someone wants to try to call in, they can. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know why or what's going on with it. But 313-312-0348. Oh, of course it's live. If that's the fun of live. Everything's all screwed up. Can't get the phone to work. Unbelievable. But I need someone to try to call in. Got to see if this works. And I don't care if you hate the pick, love the pick, or either of the picks. You guys can voice your opinion, whatever you want to say. Now my audio and video are out of sync. All right, can the caller actually hear me? This is so messed up. So I can hear you on my phone, and now I'm getting like 2 phone calls at once. It's all messed up. It's like my phone is. It's like my phone's broken. So who do I have on the phone? Yeah. Well, Donovan, I can hear you. So talk to me, man. What's up?
So I guess they trust Davenport, DJ Reader to step up.
So you said Davenport and DJ Reader need to step up. They absolutely do.
So I guess they trust Brad Trust to step up if he ain't gonna take an edge.
Yeah, I mean, at least at this point, we don't know if he's going to move back up. I don't even have the draft on right now, so I don't even know who's doing what anymore. But yeah, to your point, Donovan said that he's, in his opinion, that Brad trusts that Donovan or Davenport and DJ Reader are going to have to step up, or he trusts that they're going to step up. So what else? What else you got to say, Donovan? I got to get this fixed, man. I don't know why it's not working. So we picked next at what, 164? Yeah, we're not gonna have much for O line left at 164. You're gonna have some more Colby Sorsdals at 164. That's the problem.
Yeah, I guess they trust Sorsdale too. They could have Cooper.
All right, let me do this, Donovan. I'm gonna turn off my whole system. I'm gonna restart my whole system. I'll be right back, and then hopefully you'll hear me to call back. Okay. All right. All right. I'm gonna turn off the system, restart, be right back. All right, how about now? Come on. All right, we're good now. All right, let's try a test call again. This is ridiculous. All right, until we get a call. See, I'm supposed to hear the call in my headphones, and I never hear it when it calls in. Uh-oh. All right, Adam said Brad's not serious. What are we not serious about, Brad? So let me ask you guys a fair question here. Fair question. See, I'm not hearing the damn call. What in the world? Please tell me I can hear you through my headphones. See, all I'm getting is all this feedback. I'm changing out this mic. Call me back in 5 minutes. Give me 1 sec, guys. Where did I put all the mics? Great. Where did I put the mics? Oh, Lord. I'm so sick of problems with this thing. Where are my mics? Oh. All right. Guys, I don't know where the mics are. I don't know where I put everything. It's in a box somewhere. So, I don't know what to do. Like when my phone gets close to this, all I hear is a bunch of crackling and popping. When I plug it in, it gets worse. I don't know what's going on with it, but it's not feeding through. It's not going from my phone to the damn. You know what? Let me try to connect Bluetooth to the phone. Phone only. Come on, find it. Roadcaster Pro. There we go. All right, last and final attempt for taking phone calls. I don't know what the audio is going to sound like. I've never used Bluetooth. So, all right, one more time here. Let's roll. Someone give me a call. 313-312-0348. Uh-oh, I hear it. I'm hearing it. Do I have somebody on the line?
Yes, man.
Oh my goodness, we've got somebody on the line. Who do I got?
Donovan, bro.
Donovan, are you eating pizza again?
Yep.
Yep, I could tell. I haven't eaten much today, so I'm eating these crackers. I don't know who thought of making these Gamesa crackers, but I swear they are the best crackers I've ever had in my life. Find them in the little Mexican aisle, man. They're amazing. They're like graham crackers.
Yeah, we gotta have the strongest secondary in the league, right?
We're gonna have to at this point. I mean, we got rookies, so look how many rookie cornerbacks end up being great in their first year. Two.
Brian Branch.
Two a year though, right? Maybe two a year. So we got another caller coming in. Just wait until Donovan's off and then call back. I appreciate you calling in. I only got the one line. I don't have the whole switchboard thing. I'll work on that in May. So whoever just called in, just call back when Donovan's off the line. So yeah, to your point, should we have the strongest secondary in the league? Yeah. Carlton Banks, Amik Robertson, Brian Branch, Enos Rakestraw, Terry and Arnold. How could you not?
Man,
I mean, What's that, buddy? I lost you there.
The Terry and Arnold pick.
What about it?
I loved it.
Oh, I did too. I absolutely did. I thought it was a phenomenal pick.
Yeah, they must have thought Enos Rakestraw was best player available if they didn't take no other position.
So here's what Adam said. He says you can have a prime Darrell Revis out there, and it doesn't matter if your D line is giving the quarterback 10 seconds to throw. So Adam, I know exactly where that statement came from. And here's what I'm going to say. That happened one time to Lamar Jackson. One time. And last year's defensive backs were trash. Complete trash. This year we've got to be better. And our defensive line is better. So the push comes through the middle. The defensive line, and I don't know how you feel about that, Donovan, but how do you feel about the defensive line knowing that you now have DJ Reader and Aleem McNeil? And even if DJ Reader is 80% this year to start the season, how do you feel about it?
I mean, they must believe in Davenport and DJ Reader. We already got 3 stars in the D line. We got 7 edge rushers. And now we're going to have 3 we're going to have 3 cornerbacks and Brian Branch, Terry and Arnold, Rakestraw on some cheap contracts. So we don't need to get Davis next year. So
yeah,
how be mad?
So that's a good point there. The reason why Brad Holmes was not wanting to sign Davis to a longer term contract is because of the fact that he was planning on taking 2 corners. He did a lot of corner work this year, a ton, an absolute ton. He was expecting to take corners in this draft. Just like I said in the offseason, he was expecting to grab corners in the offseason. He did not address the D line at all. Now, here's food for thought, right? You just signed Amon-Ra to a massive deal. You just signed Penei Sewell to a massive deal. You're going to have to sign Jared Goff to a massive deal if he does. You are not going to be able to go out and sign any high-price free agents ever again. And you know what? That's fine, because that's never been Brad Holmes' MO anyway. Yeah, he spent some money on Davis, right? He spent $10 million on Shark, but he has not spent 20, 25, 30 million on one guy in free agency. So how do you feel about the fact that we're going to be living out of the draft for our replacements?
I know Aaron Glenn dancing in his boots right now. Lion Syndicate is losing it on live right now, by the way.
Is he? He wanted to edge badly, didn't he?
Yeah, but we got a good football player. I'm not mad.
I'm not mad either. So, I mean, look, if you're going to take the worst position on your team and address it, right? And you address it twice early, and you addressed it twice in free agency. Yeah, you lost Cam Sutton because of his stupidity. They already had to take one corner because of Cam Sutton. And then they were planning on taking another corner anyway because they needed an upgrade. So Terrion was your planned corner. Rakestraw was your makeup corner. That's how I look at it.
We're going to have a Pro Bowl corner this year.
Going to have to. Someone's going to have to be.
Yeah.
I mean, someone has to be. I mean, with this much talent on this team in the backfield, what quarterback is really going to want to throw it? So here's what I was going to say earlier about, the pick, trading of the third round pick and moving up to grab Terry and Arnold. That makes him have to be a Pro Bowl corner at some point soon, because that kind of capital that you're giving up equals a Pro Bowler. And not only that, but the Bears just grabbed Rome Odunze. You got to have someone to hang with him. You got.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, he took the best player available. That was the best player available. He probably didn't see no other players that he liked, so you have to think that was the best player available.
Yeah. So Adam's question is this, or statement and question. If Hutch goes down for even a few weeks, we are screwed. I don't know if we're screwed. I would say that it's going to be tough, but that's where you're going to depend more on your interior defensive linemen to get the job done. And you'll probably see more nickel blitzes as opposed to defensive end, rushing the quarterback as often. I think it changes your defensive scheme a little bit, but I wouldn't say that we're necessarily screwed. How do you feel about it?
Yeah. I mean, that can always happen though. What if Amon-Ra go down? What if, it's always the risk of it happening. But I'm pretty sure we're going to make the adjustment and we're going to compete. We got grit.
We got grit. That's right. So, I mean, that's a good point you just made too, Donovan, that when you look at the NFL and the totality, I can't talk. When you look at all the players in the NFL and what they go through on a yearly basis, the risk of injury is high. So if you think that you're going to have a backup for the backup to be able to get through the season, it's just never going to happen. Your top guys are going to get hurt. It's going to happen. If Amon-Ra goes down, yeah, we're screwed. We don't have another top wide receiver behind him. We're hoping that now Antoine Green has to step up because we didn't grab an early wide receiver. So on the wide receiver side of it, why do you think Brad Holmes didn't grab a wide receiver at 61?
We could have got Keon Coleman, but I guess I don't know, man. I guess he liked it. He had Terrion Arnold on his board, so that's who he went with. And you just gotta trust that he made the right decision.
So Ken Crittenden wants to know, why haven't we gotten an edge rusher yet? And I guess here's my take. They must trust in Betts more than other people do. Right now, we don't know what Betts is all about. So they must have faith in this guy, because outside of Davenport, and according to Coach Bono, he said that Davenport should be a pretty darn good player for us if he stays healthy. Problem is, he battled some health issues last year. And the year before that, he was marginal. But if we get him back to his 2021 season this year, Davenport could be a dog. He really could be. I guess to your point, someone's going to have to step up. Who's it going to be?
Yeah.
Who's it going to be?
Well, that's all.
Did you say that?
To chop it up.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks for getting the line working. We're just going to have to go Bluetooth from now on, I guess.
All right, for sure.
All right, Donovan. Take care, my man. All right. All right. Phone line is now open. If you want to call and complain, or, whatever you do, It's open. Call in 313-312-0348. Lions go back-to-back corners. And we've got somebody else calling. Look at that. That didn't take long. All right, this is Will with Rockdown Detroit Lions. Who do I got on the line?
Hey, Will, it's Adam.
Adam, thanks for calling in, buddy.
Hey, what's up? I don't know if you have realized, but our first 4 picks this year all went to cornerback. I don't know if you caught on to that, because we traded our third for Davis, and then we traded our other third to get Arnold, and then we just used our second round pick to get Rakestraw, right? And I'm gonna be honest with you, Will. I was not a fan of giving up that third round pick. And now I'm even more upset that we gave the third round pick just to double dip. And if Rakestraw is remotely even a lot better than Arnold, I'm gonna be even more upset. You know what I mean? Obviously, they're the ones making the decision.
Hold on, Adam. Mm-hmm. Hold on. Did you say that Rakestraw is better than Arnold?
No. I said if he ends up being better.
If he ends up being better, I think it's a product of what you have on the team. You got to remember that at some point, some corners are going to get targeted more than others. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles. When you got a loaded defensive backfield, a quarterback's going to have to take a chance. And when they take that chance, they're going to make a mistake. And then when they start throwing to the other side of the field, they learn that they made a bigger mistake. And that's where you get 2 interceptions and you close the game down. So I think that Brad Holmes, what he's doing is he's trying to address what's been the Lions' Achilles heel for 5 years or more. We have never had a good defensive backfield. And they tried to fix it last year. Now I think he's finally addressing it, just like he did, trying to address the defensive line in his first year, taking all the defensive linemen that didn't work out. So I think that he's trying to address the biggest need by also addressing BPA in the draft, and Rakestraw clearly was the best BPA guy on the board. So keep going.
Yeah. No, yeah, I could see that. It's just, Brad goes on and talks about, well, we believe the game is won in the trenches. So we're going to go and, we're going to fix that. And I'm sitting here like, well, buddy, the defensive line is a part of the trenches, right? And I'm sorry, we did the whole have hope and faith that guys will develop. Last year it didn't work. I can't count on Davenport to give me 17 plus playoffs. I can't count on the defensive tackle that we got, Reader. I can't count on him to give me 17 plus playoffs. You know what I mean? So that's why obviously the night is still young, but I was really hoping that, we would actually be serious about, having a legit D line, but we still got time. So hopefully we bring in an edge. At this point, I'll take anybody. It doesn't matter. I want to buy a new jersey for a new edge. So I would like whoever that edge is. I want to get his jersey. Because I have a Hutch jersey. So I want to get whoever his running mate is going to be, and I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'm going to be honest with you, right? If Arnold goes and picks off Dak Prescott this fall for a pick 6 game-ending touchdown, a game-clinching interception, like, we're all having a party. It's a great time. Right. If one of these 2 guys is the reason why we go to the Super Bowl, it's a great time. You know what I mean?
Well, then everyone's going to be looking back at Brad like you're a genius again, though.
Exactly. And, I will admit, last year, I was a little like, whoa, WTF, but just, I didn't think double dipping on corners. That to me lets me know we're not resigning Davis. I feel like Davis is gone after this year.
Well, he's going to have to be.
What do you think about that?
I think he's going to have to be, and here's why. We just spent $30 million on Amon-Ra. There's not going to be any more money to spread around on high-priced free agents. It's not going to exist for the Detroit Lions' future. The Detroit Lions are going to be living inside of the draft. So the big thing that I think some fans are missing, and this is my opinion just based on what I've viewed across the league, when you start to pay your guys, this is the first time that we've had to pay guys like this in how long? It's been a long time. So when you start to pay your guys, what happens? The butthole puckers, right? The butthole puckers, the money clinches, and you can't spread the wealth around anymore. So that means you have to be really good at drafting, because every year you're going to have to draft who's going to have to play that year. So by the time they pay Aiden Hutchinson $30 million, if he sticks around, by the time they pay Jared Goff $50 million, assuming that's going to happen, what about Aleem McNeil? Is Aleem McNeil worth 20, 25 million? You can't keep all of these guys and then have, a high price free agent. The biggest thing that I would ask, so the 49ers had Chase Young, right? The Bears added Montez Sweat. How did that help the Bears out? Didn't. How did Chase Young help the San Francisco 49ers out? He really didn't. So adding those guys.
I will say the Bears defense did look a lot better with Sweat. I will say that.
Oh, they're going to be a lot better after this, this next year. But what I'm saying is, last year, how did it help them when that player was added? So Chase Young had 2.5 sacks, 10 combined tackles in his time with, since week 10. So almost 10 games, at least 10 games. He only had an average of one tackle and a quarter sack per game. So, for a $25 million guy, or what could have been a $20 million, whatever he is, I can't remember what he just got paid. He didn't really help out the team a whole lot. So now we're going to see what happens with Danielle Hunter. So he's going to go to the Texans, right? What's going to happen now? Is he going to go from a crazy season last year to even better, or is he going to regress? So I think
that's an interesting way to look at it.
Those are going to be the patterns that we have to watch. I mean, Brad Holmes says it best. Not everybody can play for the Detroit Lions. Not everybody can be a Detroit Lion. But right now, the Lions are spending money to keep their own guys. And I think that what we're going to have to take a hard look at is, do we want to draft well to keep our own guys, or do we just want to go pay for everybody else's guys that they've developed and that they've trained, and then try to fit them in somewhere? And I think the answer would be the latter. I think the answer would be that we want to try to keep our own guys that love this city of Detroit and love the fans and want to win, and they're about it. And I think that that's what we're developing. Terry and Arnold, first thing that came out of his mouth last night, I'm home. And he knew it. He's got friends on the team already, 2 of them that he's played with. And the guy's going to be a baller. I'm excited about Terry and Arnold so much that, by the way, pre-draft jerseys are available, blue number 1 for Terry and Arnold. So there's a question for you, Adam. Jameson Williams didn't take number 1. Remember you? So when the new jerseys came out,
number 1. Yeah,
he didn't take take number 1. But guess who's got number 1?
Arnold, probably, right?
Arnold. It's already for sale. Isn't that kind of weird? How that kind of lined up?
Yeah, I mean, didn't JMO lose like all his guaranteed money, and don't you have to like buy out like your jerseys or something to change your number?
Yeah, I mean, you have to make if someone owns that jersey, you have to offer them something, and you have to buy out all the other jerseys that are available. So,
right. Well, I don't want to stay too long, but I have I just have like 2 quick questions I want to ask you.
Sure, go for it.
Real quick. Would it be reasonable, right, or is these too much high expectations that by week 18 I want to see Arnold to be borderline CB1? Like, I'm not saying like, we're gonna put him on the number 1 but like if the number 1 got shifted over to him, we're comfortable by week 18. That's my first question.
I think that's.
And
I think
my second question.
Let me answer the first one first. I think that's more than reasonable. I think that Terry and Arnold should be fine mid-season, if not week 1. But he's not going to be season. I don't think that there's a reason for him to be CB1 to start the season right now, unless he really shows in camp that he can beat Carlton Davis every single play. We got to let those guys duke it out. Terry and Arnold is coming in to win a job. He's not CB2 right now. He's not CB3 right now. In his mind, he's CB1. He's got to come in and win that spot. And if he wins that spot, we know that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell don't allow one thing to happen, and nobody plays unless they deserve to play. He doesn't care where they're drafted.
Exactly.
So don't put his feet to the fire this year and make him cover the number ones. I would go with experience, and quite honestly, I would hope to see that this defense grows and this team grows to strategizing. Okay, look, Carlton Davis does this better, and this is the type of receiver, say Justin Jefferson, that it matches up better with. Today, Carlton's covering Jefferson, but next week, Terry and Arnold does this better, and he projects well over Rome Odunze. We're going to put him on Rome Odunze. So that's where I would hope to see the defense really progress. We haven't seen that. It's usually just you stick to this side, you play this side, you cover this receiver, no traveling. I want to see these guys traveling, covering whoever they're supposed to cover. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. We have a lot of like tough games this year, so I hope the NFL can do us a solid and like give us a lot of those tougher games, like middle of the season, later of the season. That way, at least the secondary has had time to, gel with each other instead of like if we go and play, San Francisco week 1 or a high-powered offense week 1, that secondary might not be, like ready to go as it would be like week 10.
Yeah. So Adam, stick around. Go ahead with your second question, and I'm going to bring in Brad Holmes' press conference.
It's my second question real quick, and then I'm out. How do you see this secondary looking? Because we got the 2 rookies. We have Amik, we have Iffy, we got Kirby. Branch, there's no reason why he shouldn't be seeing the field, and we have Davis. So, like, what kind of rotations do you think we could run or anything like that? That's all, and thank you.
Yeah. So rotations, I don't know about that yet, but what I will say is this. We're going to see a very similar defensive style that we saw last season. We're going to be able to play more dime, more nickel like we did last year with more confidence. Now that you have all of the guys that can do it, I mean, Branch can go up, up, and he can slip back, no problem. We might even see Branch slide back to safety more often this year so that we can get, Amik and Terry and Arnold and Carlton Davis on the field more often. I think Enos Rakestraw is going to have a tougher hill to climb to crack the starting roster. But our dime defense is going to be insanely good, I think. To answer your first question, though, within that question, this defensive backfield finished, 30th last year? 27th? Something. They're going to be a top 15 defensive backfield this year. That's my guess.
Do you think with a top 15, passing defense, and obviously we have a top 10 rush defense, do you think that's enough to break us into the top 10 in points allowed on defense?
I think so. Absolutely. I mean, I'd have to look at the numbers, but I think without looking at the numbers, yeah, I think it could.
Okay.
I think
that. Well, thank you so much. I hope you have a good night.
All right, Adam. Take care.
All right, goodbye.
All right, let's pull in the press conference. Oh, shoot. Didn't mean to do that. There we go.
Very, very high. And, he's another one that
positional villain.
Make it that far. We didn't even know if he was going to make it out of really the first night. But, when he was still there starting today, I didn't think he was going to last that long. We actually were trying to get up and, but we were just so far down. A lot of people don't want to really trade that far down. So we just kind of just stayed pat and, we were just thrilled that he landed there. All
right. That answers our first question. I said that we were going to try to move up. Brad Holmes said that they tried to move up. Multiple teams were not interested in trading that far down.
But he had some medical stuff he had to go through last season. So, and then he battled it kind of throughout the spring process as well. So I think that kind of set him back a little bit too. But just thrilled how it panned out. Questions?
That's an incredible amount of attention you paid to one position group this offseason. What do you think that competition is going to look like come training camp?
Yeah, I mean it's a bloodbath in there now. And it is, and that's what makes everything better. That's what makes it makes the room better, makes the defense better, makes the team better. Competition just brings the best out of everybody. So, and look, it's something that we didn't go into it saying that we were gonna get two corners, in the first two rounds. We really didn't. It's just he was the best. He was the highest graded guy, for us at the time. So we went ahead and you know how we roll. We went ahead and got him. But those were also our top two ranked corners as well. And it's an all
Wow.
things considered process. Not
All right, so there's your answer, guys. Enos Rakestraw, Terry Arnold, top two rated corners by Brad Holmes. To answer the question on the injury, Enos Rakestraw suffered an ACL in 2021. He had sports hernia injuries last season that did not heal in time before the combine, and that's what he battled all last year. Just hernias. So I don't know if there's any information here on any surgeries to repair the hernias. He might have just done it naturally. I don't know how bad they were, but he also missed the Senior Bowl because of it. So nothing like extremely critical. The only thing that I would be worried about is hernias can come back and they can get worse. So again, we'll have to dig into this some more over the coming days with some videos to see, just what happened there.
Not just stats and highlights. That's it's a lot of things that's involved in those rankings. But we're just thrilled because they're all the same in terms of they both fit us like a glove. They're both gritty, physical, challenge mentality guys. They can press. I know I talked about Terry on a lot yesterday, but sticking on Enos, a guy that saw him on film first and thought he was going to be a lot smaller, and he was thinner the year before. But when I saw him at the LSU game, Mizzou LSU game, his frame looked good, and he looked like a guy that can play outside and survive. And then you see how he is in the run game, and how he get up and face some really good receivers in the SEC. So, but yeah, just thrilled how it felt through.
If you were trying to trade up to get him, was he that much higher than like the next player on your board that you felt?
Yeah, it wasn't a lot of guys that we had that highly ranked. It was really just a couple of guys that we had up there where that's like, they would have been possible considerations at 29. So it was a couple of those guys. So we were trying to get one of them. One of them went, and then Enos was still there, so we went ahead and got him. So again, we don't really care the position. It's just we just take the best player. It just happens that it just fed up. And look, it's something that we've always been trying to find that future at that position. And it never really matched up. It never really lined up. We were never really, we weren't in a position to get one, or we just had a better player, at another position ranked over that, another corner. So it's not anything that we've been ignoring or anything. It just really hadn't been lined up, and we're not going to reach for a corner just to get a corner either. So, yeah, super ecstatic that we finally got some future in youth at that position.
A little unique that those guys were on the same visit together. Yeah. Just what did you like about them, maybe off the field, their mentality, their football IQ? What was it that stood out about those two guys when you got a chance to sit down and talk to them together?
Yeah, so, first of all, going to Terry on, talked about just the personality and, just big energy, big personality, very, very confident. Enos is actually different. You feel the confidence. And
all right, so I want to address something real quick. A few seconds ago, Brad had said that they had a few players that were high at 29 that they were trying to get in the second round, and they were trying to move up to get one of those players. And then one of them went. So they went ahead and reached up, moved up to grab Enos. Now, or however, it can't be the other way around. It's got to be Enos. So guess who went just a few players before Rakestraw? Marshawn Nealon, Chris Braswell. And Blake Fisher. I can only imagine that it was probably one of those three maybe Patrick Paul, offensive tackle, maybe Blake Fisher, offensive tackle, or Marshawn Nealon or Chris Braswell, though, or Michael Hall, who they brought in, defensive tackle. I can only imagine that it's one of those guys within the first 6 or 7 picks before Rakestraw, or 6 or 8 picks. So I think that maybe they were trying to get an edge. Marshawn Nealon, Chris Braswell go back to back. Brad gets on the phone. Instead of trying to move all the way up to 22 or 23 where he would have had a shot, they ended up with their second corner. And I do like what Brad said here is we've never had that foundational player here. We haven't had that guy, to lead the DB room that has been their guy. So we're potentially going to have one now. They still got to do the work. I'll rewind this just a little bit.
Enos is actually different. You feel the confidence.
Oh, no.
Me and Dan sitting there.
Hold on. Someone's got to do better on the captions. You guys see that right there? Come on, guys. You got to do better on the captions here.
Feel the confidence, and me and Dan sitting there talking to him, I just kind of felt dog exuding out of him, just a lot more quiet, just kind of to the point, to the business, not, as loud and, vocal and, vivid personality like Terrion was. And again, that's how all of these kids are. It's actually a really fun process where all of them are just, we ask them a lot of the same question. You get these different answers, and they're all different personalities. But Terrion and Enos, both of them, you really felt like, okay, these guys fit who we're about. These guys fit our culture. But it was something about Enos, just the competitiveness, the drive, how he talked about his story, how he talks about his process, how he talks about just the details of ever since he came out of high school out in Texas, and just the whole recruiting process. And then when he got to Missouri, and his whole thing about, these receivers that he's been against in the past, with going against Pickens, and he just all these things that I was like, man, this guy's about one of the more competitive kids, just talking with them. So, it's not only that I felt a competitive dog out of him, but, he was speaking it too, and his tape shows the same thing. Huh?
You can take them both to top golf.
No, it would probably have been a good little tournament though.
The four corners that you've added in Carlton and Meek as well, is there something in the self-scout process between you and maybe even AG? Just you identified a skill set you wanted to add that these guys kind of have?
Yeah, and me and AG have had conversations about that. And
are you guys hearing that
really
that little popping and clicking? I think they're having some microphone issues too, unless it's me. I don't think it's me.
It's about just kind of what the process has been about, kind of really solidifying that position, but I know exactly what we want it to look like. Often when I was in LA with the Rams and playing against, when Dan and AG were with the Saints, I actually thought it was one of the more suffocating defenses that we went against. Everything just felt very tight and suffocating and sticky.
Hold on.
So, did you win let's get this other player, that football player. Enos was the right football player. They just happened to play the corner position.
Depth chart thing and right draft review or whatever. But
yeah, they're definitely having some mic issues.
I don't know, question like, can we double up? I mean, we've doubled up on positions in the past, but then we do need some receiver. We do need whatever else it may be. Like, can we really afford to do that? I don't know. You're in a good spot, but does that ever cross your mind? You ever have to wrestle with like that thought? Like,
no, I really don't. I mean, you look at it, and you don't probably wouldn't draft 7 corners. You would probably want to do that, but the board probably wouldn't be shaped like that. At some point, there's going to be another player at another position, that's probably ranked higher. But eventually, it probably hits a maximum. But but we were kind of lacking some youth, especially on the outside there, and so that's why it lined up. But yeah, again, it's hard for us. It's hard for me and Dan. It's hard for our staff to have a guy that's a really good football player that fits for us, and you say, "Oh no, we already took that position. Let's get this other player that he's not as good as this player at the same position. Let's get another player at another position that's not as good because he plays another position, or a player that we're not that fired up about, but he plays another position because we just drafted that same like." It's hard to sleep at night to do that. So that's how we've operated so far to this point, and that's what we'll keep doing.
You have so many guys who have so many different stories of how they get here. I mean, Terry told us earlier today about how he had that light bulb moment when he got benched after the Tennessee game. Enos was just telling us how he went to a football camp and got turned away at the game. Whenever you have guys that face that kind of adversity on the field, how does that factor into your evaluation process?
That's huge, and that's something that really is very important to us when we're talking to these prospects about, telling us about adverse moments, and all the the way they answer that question, some of it is football related,
really annoying,
some of it is life related, but I think that's a huge, that's a very important, it's a very critical factor that plays in the success of a lot of these players, because when you get to this level, it's hard. You can have a lot of success in college, but it's hard up here. The competition is different. The grind, all the standards set on them. It's hard. It's pressure. So sometimes, you just can have some days where you might not feel like doing that extra. You might not feel like you get late in the season, man, I got to get up early again and go to the weight room and get treatment. It gets hard. And so when guys that will grind through and persevere and, it's grits all. Well, me and Dan, style, they can play. Guy.
Then they totally lost volume there.
I got hip to position, so
Intentional fashion.
that way, but
it's going to clean up right here, so they recognize the issue.
So, Jerry, you said log jam, but I mean he was still asking for some more. So.
Double dip, but intentional fashion decision today in the war room. Can you just tell us a little bit about what the meaning is here with your updated villain?
I mean, I don't think I've ever released kind of what villain really means. So, we'll still keep that in house, but just the positional part. I got hip to positional value last year. So I just
yeah, Brad.
It's a unique situation. There's a really long gap between your next pick. I think a little bit over 100 picks.
Yeah.
We know you love the draft. But how difficult is what you're facing here? And obviously you've got devices to move back in. How much are you, I guess, willing to use future assets if the player's right?
Yeah, I'll consider anything if the player's right. It was funny, like going in today, kind of went in today thinking like we're just going to sit there at 61 and just stay pat and see what falls to us. But, we were actually making calls trying to get up to, the high 30s and 40s. And so kind of woke up with kind of an aggressive mindset. There were some dudes still up there that we really liked, and we were just trying to get them. But then you also got to look at, okay, these resources that you allocate.
I'm sorry, I had to. I'm not wrong often on that type of stuff, on the analysis part of it. The high 30s in the low 40s was perfect. So let's take a look at it real quick. Who was there? Let's see who was up there. Come on, Brad, make me a winner today, because you totally busted. Everybody busted my mock hard. All right, so high 30s. You had Jerzon Newton, Rook Ororo, Trevonde Sweat, Braden Fisk, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Max Melton, Jackson Powers Johnson. I'd have to say it would have been one of those guys. So Brad, we're just watching Brad Holmes' press conference and listening to what he had to say. We had to fast forward quite a bit because it was pretty choppy. But he just said that they were trying to get up into the 30s here. Let's go back and hear it one more time. Just let's feed Will's ego for just a moment, okay?
High 30s and 40s. And so I don't know trying to get up to.
Hold on, one more
Going
time.
into today, kind of went into today thinking like we're just going to sit there at 61 and just stay pat and see what falls to us. But we were actually making calls trying to get up to, the high 30s and 40s, and so I don't know. I just kind of woke up with kind of an aggressive mindset, and there's there.
So high 30s and 40s. Like I said, this was who's there. You've got. There you go. I would say, high 30s probably starts at 35. Rook, Jerzon, Jalen Polk, if they were looking for a receiver, Trevonde Sweat, Braden Fisk, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Kamari Lassiter, Max Melton, Jackson Powers Johnson, Edrin Cooper. I would believe that all of those guys could have potentially been somewhere on his board. But if I really had to take a stab at it, I think that they would have loved to have Jackson Powers Johnson. I think that they would have loved to have Rook Ororo. Love to have him. Jerzon Newton wouldn't have been bad either. So we do the work. We get the results. Some days it just doesn't go our way.
There were some dudes still up there that we really liked, and we were just trying to get them. But then you also got to look at, okay, these resources that you allocate to move up in the future capital and all that. We also have meetings about, okay, what's that going to look like, when this time comes next year, or what's that going to affect, what we might have to do in the future. I try to be very, very mindful of not being a prisoner of the moment, and it seems like.
What does Will call that? Come on. I know some of you loyal ones are in here right now. What do I call that? I'll make the hoodie. Don't worry about that. I'll make the hoodie. I'll make something very similar to it. I'll get it ready in the next couple of days. So I'll wait 30 seconds. We'll see if any of you guys can remember what I call that about looking forward to the future and how that's going to affect what you do now, what you do next year, the year after that. It's not just, it's the cap, and it's also the positions and how you build your team. It's a casino game, remember? I named it after a casino game. Come on, I know one of you guys got to know it. I don't know how far back this stream is. Like, I don't know how far behind you guys are. Come on. Someone's got to know it. There it is. Jeff Buckler's got it. Roster roulette. That's what I call it. So you got guys in the funnel. You got guys dropping out of the funnel. You got big contracts going out. You got to make sure for the next few seasons that if you went hard after those guys at such position and you're moving way up into the draft and you're adding a bunch of money to your cap, I mean, you go from 61 up to 40. I'll take a wild guess here. That could probably add $1 million a year in salary, at least. Maybe more. But anyway, yeah. So the funnel's part of it, Tracy, but roster roulette, that's what I call it. So I'm glad that at least I'm on some sort of brainwave with this guy, that I get some of it. But I mean, he's leagues ahead. The guy just, man, he does work. He does good work.
Like every single year, there's going to be a day two darling, that you're like, oh my gosh, I really want, and sometimes you got to catch yourself. And it's like, yeah, I mean, last year it was, Laporta, and it's always going to be that person. Now, we had the pick to acquire him, but you got to just be disciplined from that standpoint and kind of go through that. You're willing to go through the consequences, if there is any, for what those move ups can mean for the future.
So who's your get back guy in that scenario?
It's not really some specific get back person, but the communication and dialogue of our internal group is very healthy, and it helps out a lot because someone might point something out about, well, if this happens, if you do this, then this, that, and that could come about. And some things that I've already thought about that I've come to peace with, and I said, yeah, I get it, but let's go ahead and do it because it's for the betterment of the now, and we can survive in the future. Or sometimes it's a point that's brought up that say, that's gonna hurt us too much in the future. You guys have heard me talk about the marshmallow experiment, and so sometimes you got to just embrace that delayed gratification a little bit.
Just to be clear, that this hoodie's your idea, and then everybody else wore them in sort of solidarity.
You think this would be mine? Can't tell everything. No, I just we are looking for villains, and so when I got tipped off on what positional value was, I didn't even know what that was. I didn't. So it was just like a new analytic. I didn't know what it was. So when you guys showed it, I was like, oh wow, that's. And then I thought about it, and I was like, positional value. I was like, so you pick a position, but not the player. And I was thinking, I was like, no, we're looking for football players. So we're looking for these guys. And so, but it doesn't matter. So it's more positional villain.
Did you want the word to the line?
Yes.
So many hot takes out of this dude.
Huh? No, I haven't. I mean, what I'm saying, I never heard of it. I understand the word, I understand the term, positional value. Like, oh, well, you want to get a quarterback over, whatever. Like, I understand that, but I didn't know it was like a thing where you would draft a position regardless of the player. And if you draft, because I think that's very easy. Just like what I talked about like free agency in the spring. It's like, yeah, you can win the headlines in March and April and all that stuff. Well, it's like, that's easy to draft. Whatever the premium positions are, was it quarterback and edge rusher and tackle and those positions? Say you draft only those positions, but they're not contributing to your football team. So did you win the draft? Did you win the draft because you drafted those positions, but they're not contributing to the football team? Or do you draft the best football players that are contributing to your football team and making you a better football team? So we're trying to draft football players that contribute and make us a better football team versus just so. That's when I heard in that light about just draft this position. That's that's the part that I couldn't really come to grips with. I didn't really understand it. So all good.
Thanks, Brad.
He's so full of it. He knows what positional value is. And in his mind, you just heard it from him. But in his mind, and I guess what I'm kind of taking from it is Brad's really good at what he does. And for someone to say that he takes players that don't fit where they're taking them, right? Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, all three of those picks heavily scrutinized. And he made a great point. You want to dominate the headlines, you grab an edge rusher. You grab an offensive tackle, right? The road grader. Grab a quarterback. Grab the flashy guy. You want to dominate the wins and loss column? You grab players that fit your team, that help you win, to make your team better. Brad Holmes today made the team better. I loved what he said about bloodbath. It is going to be a bloodbath in the defensive back room. And that's perfect. It works. Those guys are going to make each other better. And they are going to fight and claw and scratch their way to the top. Because there's so much competition that is entering that room. I also like the fact about what he said that they were trying to move up. There was some guys that, they had high on their list. They wanted to move into the high 30s and the 40s. Exactly where I thought that they would be able to find that high caliber player that fit this team the most on the day two. They got taken. maybe, whoever they were trying to trade with wanted too much. Clearly would have been future draft capital. Maybe it was too much for Brad. But then he also spoke to the fact of, positional value there, which I think he was being funny with, and how, grabbing the right players at the right time, how that affects the future. You can't just grab, X amount of players of the same type of position or few positions and expect to be a better football team. There's a lot in there. There's a lot to unpack in what he just said. Some of it, I feel like, he's kind of pulling your chain a little bit on positional value. But a lot of what Brad Holmes just said made a ton of sense. He's not going to just grab somebody because everybody feels like that's what we need. He's going to grab the right player that makes the team better. I think it's, look, Enos Rakestraw, like, that report, like I said, that came out that said to kind of run away from the guy because he had injuries or whatever, maybe he rubbed people the wrong way, whatever that report was trying to say. They could have just been somebody, throwing daggers to try to ruin the kid's draft stock or, make their, player that's under contract that's about to get drafted higher. The corner situation this year, I think it speaks volumes of what just happened in this draft. So let's take a look here at the corners and where they've been taken. Come on. All right. So let me pull this up on the screen for us real quick. Oh, before I do that, you guys I just opened up a box while we were doing that. Bigfoot in Lions gear was on Fanatics. Had to grab it. Had to absolutely have this for the desk. Bigfoot in Lions gear. I love it. Absolutely love it. All right, let me throw this up on the screen. We'll talk about it and then see what's happening in the draft. I've seen somebody said Christian Haynes finally went. Very surprising for the most athletic, or what was supposed to be the most athletic offensive lineman in this draft. Does not go until darn near the end of round 3. Again, I think it's another way of, looking at not everybody's expectation is the same. All right, so round 1. Your first corner comes off the board. And I'm saying true corner, not safety. Your first corner comes off the board at 22. Your second board comes off the board at 24. Now, we know a lot of that happened because of what happened early in this draft, where a lot of quarterbacks went where they weren't supposed to by everybody else's mock, right? And then you look at what happened in the second round. So we've got 2 corners off the board. Your third corner, who will end up being a safety, in my opinion, goes off the board at pick 40. So you got 3 corners taken, in the top 40. And then you go Kool-Aid McKinstry at number 4. Max Melton, he's number 5 off the board. Sane Strill's number 6. Rakestraw number 7. The Lions got 2 of the top 7 cornerbacks in this draft. And then Renardo Green, the guy that I kind of liked, went number 8. He goes to San Francisco. I do not like that. So you have 8 total cornerbacks in the top 64 picks. I don't want to say there's got to be some type of record, but I feel like that's pretty light. Clearly, a lot of day two guys. Because you only had 2 in the first round, 6 in the second round. So where am I going with this? Where I'm going is this. Clearly, Brad Holmes knew who he wanted, had the guys ranked where he thought they, should be or belonged, right? But every other team in the NFL didn't put extremely high grades on the rest of these corners. Brad just thought that maybe they deserved to go a little bit sooner than others. Let's see here. I'll have to go back and watch it, Jeff. I haven't watched anything of anybody in a long time. Like a long time. Honestly, try not to. That's funny, U of M dad. That's funny. Yeah, I'm kind of a weirdo when it comes to the Bigfoot stuff, man. I like it. I used to watch a lot of YouTube stuff on it. Haven't really done much of anything with it in the last year because this is all I've really been doing. There might be another channel about that stuff someday. I just find it interesting to talk about. So, look, man, I think the Lions are in great shape. I think that we've had a great draft so far. Someone was, making some points earlier about where all of our draft picks have gone to. Third round pick went to Carlton Davis. I do believe that was too much to give away and have to pay $15 million, in salary. But it is what it is. And you're going to have to live with it. And then that third round pick that we gave away to the Bucks, who did they pick up with that? They picked up another cornerback, right? In the third round. Where is it? Hold on a second here. What didn't we trade? I thought we traded 73 to the Bucks. Did we not trade 73 to the Bucks? What did we trade to the Bucks? Oh, a 2024 third round selection, but what number was it? We did trade 73, right? So where did we get 73 from? We got 73 from Minnesota, correct? And then that pick got traded to Dallas? Am I missing something here? We traded 73 to Dallas. What did we trade for Carlton then? 70. I'm looking at 73 right now. It says Dallas Cowboys, Cooper Beebe, Minnesota to Detroit, Detroit to Dallas. So that's what we traded to move up to take Terry and Arnold. What did we trade for Davis, though? The later third round pick, but I thought, okay, what number was it? So I'm just trying to find it. I'm just trying to find where Tampa Bay picked. I just don't remember the number. 89. Was it 89? No. 92. 92. There we go. So they haven't picked yet. So Tampa Bay has not picked at 92 yet. So we don't know if that pick is going to be a corner. So anyway, point that I was trying to make is pick 73 goes to Dallas, ends up being Cooper Beebe. We take Terry and Arnold. Pick 61 goes to Enos Rakestraw. But someone was trying to make this analogy with all of these third round picks. And what I'm looking at right now is Tampa's picking at 92. I don't know why it says 92 if you're saying it was 90. So Jeff, what are you trying to say there? I'm not following you, bud. The Eagles drafted Quinion and Dijon. Lions drafted Arnold and Rake. Eagles needed some depth, man. Big time. There was more for Carlton than just a 6th round pick, though, Steve. There was a lot. There was a lot involved in that trade. So let me try to find it real quick. Lions. Oh, so in exchange for Davis and a 2024 6th and a 2025 or 2025 6th, the Buccaneers received the 2024 3rd, number 92 overall. That's per the Buccaneers website. So we traded number 92. And we got 2 6th round picks out of the way they write this stuff sometimes. It doesn't make any sense the way they write it. And I'm not seeing it on paper right now. I'd have to go look. I'd have to go find it. Anyway, we'll move on. So what picks do the Lions have left? And I know that was a question people were asking. So let me pull up my sheet. I can't remember them all. Not many. I know that. Not many good ones. We're kind of screwed right now with picks. We're going to end up with 2 guys out of this draft that might be able to play. So Lions still should have pick 164, 201, 205, and 243. Now, if we could actually do something to move up like they've been trying to do, it's a little late now. Now you're looking at moving up into the 4th round. And if you do that, you're going to have to give up 249 or 205, 201 at a minimum to try to move up somewhere in the 4th round. It's a good question. Disa Isaac went, while Roman Wilson just went to the Steelers, and then Zach Zinter went right after him to the Browns. It's kind of weird that some of these Michigan players have been going back to back. Matt Goncalves was one of my favorite later round tackles that I projected to be a guard. He ended up going to the Colts at 79. Braylon Trice finally went at 74. So for all those people that were mad at me when I told them that Braylon Trice was not a good player, that he would be a mid-round grade at best, there's your proof. That's just all watching tape. And a lot of it. I'm still not seeing Adisa Isaac. Bernardo Green, Trevon Bullard. There's no way Adisa Isaac is still on the board. So, I mean, look, I would say what I want to say about DeJean, but I really can't. He's just not a corner, in my opinion. That's all I can really say. I mean, freak athlete, great, but it's just not all there. I think he's more of a safety, to be honest with you. I don't think that his play translates, to the next level as a corner. I think that's why he slid quite a bit. All right, so top remaining players right now, as far as edge goes, Jalix Hunt is still available. Adisa Isaac still available. Austin Booker, another one that everyone was telling me was so good, still available. I did not like Austin Booker. I thought he was too lanky. So there's still some really good options for, you know, a later round edge, but the Lions are going to have to move up at some point. And you guys remember when I was at the draft and I said that there was a guy that I thought that the Lions really liked, and that was Javon Solomon. And we'll have to go back and watch it. If the Lions end up with Javon Solomon, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. Is Milrow better than Nate Sudfeld? I have no idea. Who's Milrow? I don't even know who that is. I didn't look really at any quarterbacks this year other than the top. Oh, no worries, Tracy. Let's see here. What else am I missing in the chat? Who did better, Eagles or Lions? Ooh, that's a good question. You know what? I think time will tell. I think that we'll find out in camp. And I don't know who the Lions are slotted if we're going to be doing any dual camp this year, or we have other teams in. I think we should. So, Ken, did you think that we gave up a little too much to get Terry and Arnold? Is that why you're saying that? Cardboard Golf is in the corner. So I needed some room to work over here. And I'm actually, you know, this is not the normal background. So the new background is going to be on the other side of the studio. We're redoing it all. We got all these mounts and stuff that are going to go in, and all the lights are going up on the ceiling, and going to make a custom sportscaster desk. It's going to be pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm not big on the one spot moves. I think the one spot moves are kind of nutty, if you ask me. Oh, Joe Milton. Okay. You know, I Joe Milton's a rookie, you know, or will be. So I don't know. I mean, that's the thing about rookies. You just, especially quarterbacks, you just never know. I'd say that there's a lot to like about Sudfeld's brain. There's just not a lot to like about his brain when he's playing in the game. Super smart guy. He's like a Dan Orlovsky, right? He's somebody that is a cerebral quarterback, really heady. Just doesn't have all the tools on the field. He can't put all the tools together. His toolbox is a little bit jumbled at the end of the day. Highly organized, but jumbled, right? Instead of having all your screwdrivers in a row, you know, Phillips and flatheads, he's got like a Phillips and a ratchet and a hammer, and, you know, they're all upside down, you know, when it comes to game day. But before game day, they're all in a row. They're all neatly packed and tight. But come game day, it's all a jumbled mess because they don't know what to do with the ball. I know it's kind of a weird analogy, but no, Jonah Ellis, he was taken earlier. TJ Tampa is still available there for the three-peat. You know, you heard what Brad Holmes said, though, Donovan. He doesn't think you can take too many of the same in one draft. So that's a good exercise. Let's take a look at something real quick. Lions depth chart. Let's take a look and see who's on it. I gift a Bigfoot every evening. What? Are you being serious? Brent, where do you live, man? We'll have to talk. You're gonna have to call one of these days. We're gonna have to talk. I got a story about Bigfoot. Honestly, it happened to me at my mom's house. I never saw one, but I got a weird story that happened. No, I'm not going to share it right now. All right, where was I going? I was going Lions depth chart. Hold on here, getting me all off on the Bigfoot talk. Lions and Bigfoot. Yeah, that could be a show. All right, so Lions depth chart here for cornerbacks. You've got Terrion Arnold listed as the right cornerback. You've got Carlton Davis listed as the left cornerback, which is his spot. Brian Branch up in the nickelback. Enos Rakestraw behind Brian Branch at nickelback. That's interesting. Amik Robertson listed as the right cornerback behind Terrion Arnold. So there's your two that are going to battle it out. Emmanuel Mosley behind Carlton Davis, and then Khalil Dorsey behind Emmanuel, and then Craig James, the news reporter, behind Khalil Dorsey. Then you got Kendall Vildor behind Amik Robertson, and Stephen Gilmore is, of course, behind Kendall Vildor. So you have 10 cornerbacks right now. 10 cornerbacks. Here's what I will say about 10 cornerbacks. The Lions, 53-man roster. It was kind of weird last year because they had some injuries and they did a few things that, they probably shouldn't have as far as letting Starling Thomas go. But let's take a look at the Lions cornerback situation. So to start the season, they had kept 7. Cam Sutton, Jerry Jacobs, Emmanuel Mosley, Brian Branch, Will Harris, Stephen Gilmore, Khalil Dorsey. 7. And they kept 4 safeties. So if you take a look at the depth chart right now, you've got 10 and you've got 3 safeties. So the Lions are still looking for a safety. How much you want to bet if Malik Mustafa is available in the 5th round, he will be a Detroit Lion. That's my call right now. I didn't put out any of my calls this year. I feel terrible that I didn't get anything out today because I was rushed to get home. Had a terrible hour of a stream to start. Couldn't get in a groove today. I apologize. Just couldn't do it. Spread too thin. Part of me wishes I didn't even go to the draft now to be able to do this, but I had to be there. I had to. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I don't know if all of you guys heard this, and I don't know why I didn't say it earlier. Hold on. Shoot. I forgot to give you guys the big news. Did you guys see the big news that I put out on Twitter? What's going down on Sunday? Let me give you a hint. Who played for Oklahoma? One of the best Oklahoma players to ever play for the Lions. This is huge news. Nope, another one. Oh, that was Oklahoma State. This is Oklahoma U. Sims. All right, got to meet Sims today, even though I've been talking with his team. So got this signed by Sims today. Got the split Sims jersey today, signed Hall of Fame, Rookie of the Year, whatever it says, Heisman, number 20. Got the split Sims, Oklahoma and the Lions. This will get framed. Got some pictures with the dude. And there's a blue one down there too, a blue Lions one and a couple of cards. Billy Sims will be on the podcast Sunday morning. We'll be sitting down at Billy Sims Barbecue in Troy, Michigan, about 10:30 in the morning on Sunday morning. So Billy Sims will be joining us. It'll probably be a short interview. He's got a lot to do, but I've been trying to get him to come on for almost a year now. And the dude is so busy. It's extremely hard to pin him down, But we will be live at Billy Sims Barbecue on Sunday morning. Uper Lights will be there with me. He's going to help me put all this together. Appreciate his help. I can't thank him enough. It's going to be my first major production for probably 5-10 minutes of talk time. But Billy Sims will be joining Rock Down Podcast Network. And of course, look, anytime you guys get a chance to visit a Billy Sims barbecue, it's exceptional barbecue. You guys have got to give it a shot. So we'll be promoting the heck out of it. I've got a video that I'll queue up again of an advertisement that I'll be running for Billy Sims Barbecue, and we'll roll with that. So make sure you guys visit your Billy Sims Barbecue if there's one near you, and support them. Local franchises, they do an excellent job. So Billy Sims, Sunday morning. And Pro Sports Zone hooked us up. So Pro Sports Zone is coming to the table. We've got 24 helmets, just like this. 24 helmets, mini helmets, just like this one here. All different ones. Panay Sewell, Chris Spielman autographs. They are going to be for some of the giveaways that we're going to be doing on this channel. And we should have the same style of interview set up. Might be a little bit more informal, Panay Sewell. So that'd be sometime in May. I'm looking forward to that one. Can't thank Mr. U enough. Super nice dude. If you guys have not visited Pro Sports Zone in Livonia, even if you live an hour away, check the place out. They got absolutely everything that you could possibly want as a Lions fan and Michigan fan, State fan, whatever fan you are, they have it. Red Wings, Tigers, you name it. They got it all. Gorgeous store, man. Stuff everywhere. So hopefully we'll be able to set up the podcast there for that. Do the podcast all day while people are getting their autographs. I doubt that I'll be able to get Chris Spielman in, but maybe someday. That would be an awesome interview if I could ever have him on the show. So that's how we're rolling. We're starting to build, and it's going to take a lot longer to get to where I want to be. But there was a 5-year plan put together, and I think we're doing okay so far. We just got to get these streams back up about 500. That's the only thing. Last year was crushing it. This year we're doing okay. So, all right. I think that's it for tonight. I don't think the Lions are obviously going to be doing anything else. They tried moving up. They couldn't. Lions have now 10 cornerbacks on the roster. They're probably going to keep 8 is my guess. I think that they're going to roll a little bit more heavy, but if they kept 7, just like last year, here's your starters to roll the season with. You're going to have Terrion Arnold, Carlton Davis, Brian Branch, Rakestraw, Robertson, Mosley if he's healthy. That's 5. And then you're going to have a dogfight between Vildor, Dorsey, James, and Gilmore. Right? Did I say 10 earlier? So you got Davis, Arnold, Branch, Rakestraw, Robertson, Mosley. That's 6. And then you're going to have the dogfight between Dorsey, Vildor, James, and Gilmore to make number 7. So I think the Lions are set, totally set on corners. Just Davis, Arnold, Branch, Rakestraw, and Robertson alone, that's a hell of a haul. That's going to be a pretty scary backfield when you put it all together. And if Mosley gets healthy, I dare say he could be better than Carlton Davis. So it's going to be a lockdown kind of season. I really do believe that this defensive backfield is going to totally change the outcome for how the defensive line works. And I know that, a lot of people get concerned that, that we have not grabbed an edge rusher, and worried that if you don't have an edge rusher, you're not going to get to the quarterback. I think that when you look at the defensive plan overall, when you have solid defensive backs and you have solid safeties, I think our safeties are pretty solid. We need one more, but I think we're pretty solid. You can be more versatile with the things that you do up front. If you can shut these quarterbacks out and make them throw the ball, pretty quickly up front, these guys should be able to lock them down. Now, vice versa, if you make that quarterback hang on to the ball and he can't throw it and he's got to run around a little bit, now your defense can dial in. Now they can get more aggressive. They can send more blitzes and not have to worry about somebody not being covered. But at the end of the day, your right side of the defense just really needs to set the edge. That's it. They don't have to blitz. You can blitz from the left side. You can rush Aiden all the time. You can flip-flop Aiden to the other side and then run him from that side and then set the left edge. Like I said earlier, I want to see more versatility on this defense. I want to see guys moving around more. I want to see the traveling cornerback sticking with their receiver. The minute we start seeing that, I think that would make us feel more comfortable that we have the right players finally. We haven't seen that a whole lot. And the reason is we haven't had the right players. The biggest caveat to this entire season is DJ Reader. Or I'd say the biggest thing that hinges on whether this defense is super successful is DJ Reader. If he's healthy, if he's even 80, 85% of what he was when he was last healthy, he's going to be a big time dominant force in the middle that always takes on double teams. You can't double team Reader and double team Aleem and double team Aiden Hutchinson. You can't. You can't commit 6 assets on the front of an offense to 3 players. You just can't do it. So there's more here than what meets the eye. The Lions were in great shape before the season even started. And now they're in even better shape. These guys just need to stay healthy. It'd be nice, Jayster, if we get some big time plays or big time moves tomorrow. It'd be nice. I'd love to see, a couple more guys added. Oh no, Isaac's off the board. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? That sucks. We're not even close to where the Lions are picking, though. Oh, and Jalix Hunt. He's gone too. 93, 94. Man, it sure would have been nice to have picked 92. Really would have been nice. We would have grabbed Adisa Isaac or Jalix Hunt. Yeah, I'm not big on McCaffrey. So, listening to what Brad Holmes just said, you have to be careful about grabbing a player because they're the player. And I think he probably loosely means a little bit of the name, the individual, right? What's been tied to them, what's been mocked about them. You got to be careful about just drafting to draft. You got to draft the right people. McCaffrey carries that name. And, Rice carries that name. I think there's like 10 or 12 guys in this draft this year that have brothers or fathers that have played the game. Yeah, I still see that Rice hasn't been taken, so that's interesting. He's not going to last till 164. There's no way. Where did where'd the quorum go? Los Angeles Rams. Good Lord. Well, we'll be seeing quorum. Tight ends. No tight ends, but one been taken so far. Remember, I projected Theo Johnson to be somewhere in the 4th round, I think is where I last had him projected, somewhere in the 4th round. You might see a run on tight ends here pretty soon. It's interesting that Jatavion Sanders, 6'4", 245 pounds. Nothing. No one's even batted an eye at him yet. Brandon Dorlus is still there. Again, another guy that I thought was just no good. Makai Wingo, that one kind of surprises me. He was really fun to watch at the Pajama Olympics. Tree trunks for legs. I mean, just like Byron Murphy. Complete animal. He's just short. So the two guys that I'm worried about, not really worried, but Justin Eboigbe, if that's how you pronounce his last name, from Alabama. Justin Eboigbe or Eboje, maybe. Defensive tackle. He's one that was projecting to the Lions after what I noticed at the combine. I picked up on a couple of things there. And the edge rusher, Javon Solomon. And you still have Nelson Caesar. I know Nelson Caesar came in for a top 30 visit. So there's still plenty of guys left. Just how good are they? We don't know. Sometimes you get a 5th round gem. You know, sometimes a 4th round guy turns out to be a $30 million man. Yeah, Sinnott was the only one that was taken, or Sinat, however you pronounce his last name. Snot. I don't know. All right, I'm signing off. It's after 11. I've had a long day. I'll be back at doing something tomorrow. I'll probably pop on, for the Lions at some point. We'll see. We'll see what the day holds. I got a lot to catch up on, a lot to do around the house. So you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. It's been great. I can't wait to see Billy Sims on Sunday. That's my most important thing right now. So if I've got to get that done tomorrow and be ready for him, then that's what I got to do. So if I'm not on, I'm not on. That just means I'm working hard to get ready, because what happened tonight, I cannot have happen on Sunday. I cannot have audio issues, and I've got to find all my other mics. So I'll get ready for tomorrow, for Sunday, because that's the most important thing. And if I pop on tomorrow, I pop on tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll see you guys definitely by Sunday morning. All right, you guys take care.